And we're live. Well, hold on. What for some odd reason the sound is not coming in. Give me one moment. Uh,
Try to mute the joke of the
okay,
day.
there we go.
All
Now,
right. Shout out to Catherine. Did that work that time?
yep, there we
Was she
go.
properly shouted out? Okay. Stefan, joke of the day, please.
Muting.
Sorry, call with IT.
Oh, well, you lucky ducks, no joke of the day. We'll have to
Yay.
get it later. We'll get it later.
There's a joke. The IT guys are on the phone.
All right. Well, for now, we'll push that till later. Over to Ida for the recap.
Okay. So Paka was using the bathroom of one of the villagers' houses. Doesn't have anything to wipe, or actually need to use the washroom, or he already used the washroom.
No, he
It
burst
was a
into
very
somebody.
long thing.
Kopaka broke into somebody's house to basically use their bathroom against their will.
Yeah, pretty much, and like he didn't have toilet paper or any like dirty clothes to like wipe, so that was a whole thing. But he managed to do his business, and then all the people were gone, so he went out to meet up with us at the castle. But he got hit by those whales twice, and did he end up cursed from the
Yep, he
whales?
ended
Yeah,
off cursed by the whales, but we
yeah,
don't know what
Nobody
that curse
knows it
is.
though.
but we didn't know that. Yeah, but he didn't make it inside. Meanwhile, Sildafix managed to make it to the village, and then harpooned one of the ethereal whales and got its what do you call it?
Ambergris.
That.
Precious spectral ambergris.
Yep. Yeah, Kapaka just ended up at I think it was at the Bay floor, that he ended up like, it seemed like he was sitting near the fireplace and was about to like go to sleep. And even though the fake queen tried to like wake him up, it didn't work. So she contacted Fable, so we had to like go down to this first floor to rescue Kapaka, which turns out um he was tied up, chained up on a table with one of those saw traps, the pendulum saw
Slowly
trap.
swinging pendulum
Yeah,
Inky.
of death.
yeah. Uh, Fable's
Thank you for
contact.
finishing the title.
Fable contacting his mind, try to like have him to keep talking or singing to like keep him awake. Kanea pulled the table away from the pendulum and broke out the chains. Eventually, he was able to be freed, but he's still cursed, which we still don't know about that. Meanwhile, Sildafix ended up, I think, in the second floor, and then Thought met us, but turned out to be some creepy illusions of us laughing with no eyes. And then when we found Sildafix, tried to like bring her to us, but she just ended up casting Sunbeam at the entire room. And Ken was dead, but he's
Yep,
fine.
flashbanged the entire party.
Yeah,
I mean, technically, he wasn't even alive in the first place.
Yeah, I
yeah.
don't actually know how I killed him then.
Dead
Yeah,
Ken's
I think it
dead.
was.
Damage.
That's why he's
Well,
called Dead Cam.
I
He's
mean,
always been dead.
there are undead monsters who are ghosts that we could still hurt and make them, die again? Question mark. It's weird. D&D's weird. But yeah, he was this whole time he was a ghost, but we didn't know that still. It was also the undead that Fable was detecting this whole time, but again, we still don't know that. Anyway, we did come up with a system of how to like get through the third floor with the tapping, but we kept feeling a lot of other taps, and Fable's feeling like something or someone pulling her, which apparently was actually the right direction this whole time. Surprise twist, it was Ken. Um, Eventually we made it to the top floor, found Ray. She was way not looking good. And she was pregnant too, with her third child. Yeah, that was fun. Uh, Jean thought it would be a great idea to cast a protection from evil good before the whole monologue thing happened, but then we had to like go into initiative. So yeah, we just jumped straight into the fight. It was a real pain in the ass because this dude can deflect projectiles. Oh, I just noticed that Paul left this for chat. He's
He's
typing
typing
something.
something. Yeah.
Okay.
Keep going.
Okay. Oh shit.
Oh, okay, work related stuff.
Okay, that explains the yellow. Okay, anyway, yeah, so we did get into the fight. Dude was invisible until eventually, like, Silverfix casted, what was it, Dispel Magic?
Level 9
Spell
is spell
magic.
magic.
Yeah,
Yeah.
to reveal his true form, which unfortunately, even if we did see him, it also, like, if we failed that save, it would have affected our max point hit, our hit point maximum
Yeah,
too.
it was basically a permanent, like an ongoing, weaker version of the direct targeted thing he was doing, just from looking at him.
Yeah, he's been hitting a lot of us, most of us with this spell. Sombra, Knea, Fable, Horrible, John, especially Sombra, because like we buffed up Kapaka to take like hopefully like attack him for good. Also we
I tanked them
unfortunately
all, though.
yes you did, and you maintained the concentration. Fortunately, we had to kill Ray. The immolation.
We didn't have
You didn't
to.
have to, but she was very much ablaze, and
Yeah,
also on
from
a burning chair.
Sombra's.
And
Yeah, from
yeah,
yeah, yeah, from Sombra's spell. Um, but she died. She turned to ashes. She and her unborn child. Yeah. Eek. But eventually, we did manage to kill the demon. Kanea was the one that landed the finishing blow. Still the fix captured a portion of soul with the soul cage. Managed to learn its location, its real name, what it was doing. Uh, we found we found her baby, took it with us. Also had no eyes, and yeah, we just oh yeah, gathered the ashes, got out of the castle, and went straight back to the mansion. Did reincarnation again for Makoto. He's cured, and he's now a Yaun Ti pureblood.
Who must learn to hail the orator.
Pretty much.
yeah, and he
We can
has
always use a new one in the nest.
yes, and he has mini Koto.
Yes,
Yes,
the
Minnie,
baby's
thank you.
name.
I'm glad you like that.
Yeah, the baby's name was Makoto, and it's and now he's his responsibility. There was also
Also
stuff
known
that
as mini
happened.
Koto.
Yeah, mini Koto.
Also known as Minnie
Um,
Koto.
yeah. Some of us went to the order to try to bring back Ray, but her soul was unwilling. So they did this whole soul contact thing, which was very emotional. But eventually, Koto got closure from his sister, forgave her for what she did, and is now able to hopefully move on with his life and take care of Minikoto, and now has a new name. And oh yeah, it also ended with like Cole like freaking out over Makoto's new look, and then of course smothering him with her chest as always. And I think that's pretty much what happened. Did I miss anything else?
No, that's the
After
gist of it.
after everything, Sildafix handed off a slip of paper with the true name and home address of said demon to Fable.
Yeah, I think it. Oh yeah, it's also like really late in the middle of the night too.
It is.
And we also went
Okay.
to the Platinum Dragon to try to revivify, resurrect the sister, but
No, I already
Yeah,
mentioned.
we covered
Okay.
that part.
okay.
Yeah, all right. That's more or less the recap. So, we'll get started then.
Next
So,
day or
yeah, the next morning.
okay. Is actually, you know what? I'll just play as him for a little longer. I don't know if she was still like home or wish.
Diva would still be recovering.
Okay, then yeah, I'll still be as Or actually, I should probably call him GU now.
Yeah, I took some serious damage.
Yeah,
Oh yeah,
you
no,
did.
we're all getting 8
Yeah, we all
hours.
got pretty beat up.
Except for Soldafix.
Except
I
for
didn't.
Soldafix and Kieran. I think everybody else did take some hits. I don't know about Anthos though, if he took hits.
Every now and this is why you don't piss off a 20th level wizard, because eventually they will hit the point of, you know what? Fuck you.
Yep. Yep.
Yeah,
This
and
is
in
for
biz-
all the times that you gave me wedgies in 3rd grade.
you know what? You don't get to roll.
Oh, if you're a divination wizard, it's even worse. Oh, you're gonna roll? No, you get a nat one.
Though to be fair, they get to do that from level 2. They don't have to be level 20 to do that.
Yeah, divination wizard's broken.
So,
Ooh.
how has Keith's current mapping endeavors come?
Oh, he's gonna be doing that for a while.
Okay,
He's-
so about
he's-
another 3 weeks?
Yeah, something like that. Maybe even longer. It's a minefield out there. It's a real minefield.
Off topic. Does anyone's character sheets have a weird looking kind of weird? Like it has a different font compared to like its previous font.
I have yet to open mine.
No, that's the font.
Huh?
I see what you're saying.
Yeah, because like how like the words like look different, but it's still like
Yeah, they're just using a different font. That's all.
uh
Oh no, mine looks pretty normal.
Look at like hit
Except
point
for
maximum. And like strength and dexterity.
Maybe a little bit less baldened.
Yeah. Nothing of any serious importance.
It's just
Yeah.
spacing too, I think.
it's probably the website.
I should reset my spells.
John is also going to do a long rest.
You guys are all doing.
Oh yeah.
Unless something happens during the night to interrupt
We're in the
DM.
mansion. Nothing will happen.
The mansion bursts into flame. I'm kidding. Even if that happened, you guys probably wouldn't notice.
Because Jeeves would instantly have it out.
Jeeves and
Yes.
the imps would put it out, yeah. Though it would give you a chance to see the firefighter imps with their tiny little firefighter hats.
I would imagine some of the Kraken would have been involved in that. Fire
No,
brigade.
those are children. You don't use children to put out fires. That's horrible.
Fair. They're like what, a year old now?
That's a child.
Still children.
How old do Krakens mature?
I mean, they probably take a long time to mature, which means they're going to be children for a while.
They're already speaking full sentences into our
Doesn't mean
heads.
anything.
Yeah, no.
I'm not questioning.
That might be something that you might want to look into. Kraken biology and see how long it's going to take that you're going to be toilet training.
I mean, they live in water. Do they really need toilet training?
Well, how often that you'll have to clean out the tank before they get out themselves and use the toilet like grown-up Krakens.
Under the sea. Under the sea.
No, I'm just going to point out we live next to a bay.
Yes, but as I don't know if you recall, but Jewel had it so that their treehouse's walls were an aquarium so that she could look and hang out with her babies all the time.
Keith, you've
'Cause
also
that's
seen
Jewel.
you've also seen Keith like haul around a bunch of the Krakens on a what is essentially a rickshaw.
A baby Bjorn with little bulbs.
Yeah,
Oh my god.
with a few reindeer to tow it.
Oh, this party has the weirdest kids.
Yes, yes, we do.
And the cutest.
This is me.
Let's be real. They're all cute.
Yeah.
Anyway, DM, take it away.
Yeah.
I just didn't want to interrupt. But yes, so the next morning rolls around after a nice peaceful sleep where nothing crazy happened.
Is
And
like everyone's hit point maximum back to normal?
yes, all it takes to fix it is a long rest. So yes, all your hit point maxes are back to normal. You lucky ducks. All right. So, like I said, the evening has nothing crazy happen. You guys are able to rest nicely. Shiva, you're 1 day away, I think, now from being able to be no longer backlash from Wish.
Yeah, I just need one more day of rest.
Yeah.
You're off the slim fast milkshakes and you're eating normal food.
Yay!
I'm still feeding her though.
Yeah, you are. I like it.
All right. Anyway, so
I'm still feeding.
the morning rolls around. It was a nice, peaceful evening, and someone arrives from the Platinum Dragon to speak with the group as a whole. And when I say someone, I
Yeah.
mean Sturge.
Huh.
Familiar face.
Yes. More familiar to some of you than others. Some of you have spent lots of time talking with them. Some of you, not so much.
Sturge as in the one in Makoto's picture, right?
That's the one.
Oh, okay. Because I was gonna play as, well, I should say Gio now. I was gonna play him a little longer, and he's never met him.
Anyway, so Sturge shows up to speak with the group. So he's gonna have Jeeves gather you all together, so he can talk to you.
All right.
And so he lets you know that he's there on behalf of Catherine, because she's in charge now, because they need to sort out equipment and materials for this final battle, and more specifically, something that they have run out of, or don't have enough of, I should say, and that is they don't have enough diamonds.
I see. This can be easily solved with money.
Well,
I mean,
unfortunately,
technically true.
partially true. We still need to find a location where we can harvest them.
Yeah, so
Well,
You
that's
need
the
to
thing.
buy them
Is
in
he
bulk.
is he out of diamonds because they don't have the enough money to buy diamonds, or because
No.
we can't find that many?
They can't find any more diamonds. They've sourced out all the diamonds they could find. They have money. There are no diamonds to find.
What
They're-
about from other countries, like the Yaun Ti?
Yeah, so the Yaun Ti, the elves, they've all harvested all the diamonds they could find because they're all involved in this war, and they all like to be able to try to keep as few of their people from dying in the fight that's going to come as possible. Especially larger diamonds.
I don't suppose that
Is there an entire
there's.
plane made entirely of diamonds?
I mean,
Well, there's the Earth plane.
there's also
I don't think we want to go back there.
diamonds are also formed in a lot of pressure and a lot of heat. So maybe the plane of fire.
We're certainly not going back there.
Well, yeah, you're gonna have to
So many
choose.
planes you're not allowed in anymore.
You guys are allowed in the plane of Earth. You guys left there in perfectly fine circumstances.
As far as we know, that's more of a
Yeah.
Schrodinger's cat going on the plate of Earth. If we don't go back, then we don't know our standing.
Well, anyway, so Sturge comes to let you know that they need help finding diamonds. They've got people looking, but they figure you guys are probably going to find them first if they ask you to look. At this point, troops are
Queen
not the
still
issue.
owes me a favor.
That's true. That's true.
All right.
Anyway, so Sturge has come to ask for diamonds immediately, and he says they'll probably come back asking for more stuff because now they've between everyone involved, you've got a solid army, but maybe not enough equipment for said army and other
Right.
materials like diamonds.
If I remember
Well-
correctly, you also have connections with a genie in the airplane.
Not so much connections. He just happened to be nice and grant his wishes.
Either way, we do have several new people that can possibly request a wish for possibly either a source of diamonds. I don't think the wish will allow us to have diamonds directly.
You know, I fear that we are relying on Wish too much in preparation for this battle, and we're not
We-
thinking about how much we're going to want to use Wish after the battle.
I agree. We can just open coffers for most other things. We just need to find diamonds. We don't really want to use wish on finding diamonds.
To the geologist.
We have a
Do we-
geologist.
We
No.
know some geologists probably.
There must be some among the
I mean, I
imps.
feel like we should have a geologist at this point. You guys have everything else.
Hmm.
Yeah.
Well,
Let us
we
employ
do
all
have
the artisans and craftspeople to outfit an army.
that we can do.
Mhm.
That
At
we can
least
do.
we have a couple nations that will participate in that.
Oh God. We've
Yeah,
gone
it's
from
mostly
toppling governments to install puppet regimes to forming a military-industrial complex.
Yes.
Yes, that is my plan.
Yeah, that's pretty much it.
Would there be a way we can possibly tie and mechanize a bunch of different types of magical spells to artificially create diamonds?
That's some pretty hefty
think you're
transmutation, and
overthinking this.
transmutation is not easy to do.
Well, I would
Just
imagine
gotta
if
go out and find ourselves.
That's
something
like that's
vague.
like a mythic level, like a elf mythic level shit. Because that'd have to
Wait a
be
minute.
like 6 different spells.
Magic folk. Aren't the
Yes.
rules that if you use adamantine, that you don't need as much of the original material source?
Think that's
Is that how it
the.
works?
Do we know that?
I
Sure.
think there are some substitutions you can make.
Is
yeah.
there?
Surge will say like it's a magical metal and it can be used for a lot of stuff, but not to replace diamonds.
Damn.
And they're already sourcing it from the southern continent, all the adamantine they
Okay.
can get their hands on for making equipment for the army. But
And
diamonds,
do they have enough people qualified to forge with that battle?
yeah, well, if you remember, you may have toppled the government, but you didn't topple the fact that they had worked out how to mine it pretty efficiently. So that's still going
Okay.
on.
Okay,
That's
because
still
you
happening.
said that you said that they're importing the primary resource of the adamantine, not that they're buying shields and swords and armor. They're not buying ingots.
Yeah, so at this point, all the groups are working together. The adamantine's getting mined out by the southern continent, and all skilled craftsmen from all the different groups are making equipment now.
Okay. Okay.
Because they all would like to not have everyone die.
Sounds
Yep, that's
reasonable.
understandable.
Here's a thought, especially for the wizard folk. What if we went to limbo?
What exactly is that?
Okay, DM, what do I know of Limbo?
That's a good. You just did a roll,
Like,
didn't you?
what would Sildafix know of Limbo?
Not yet. No
Roll
rolls.
me a history.
Just 1 second.
Did John also make that roll too?
What would any of us know of Limbo is the better question.
Those
Well,
that spent time in
There
Sigil,
you
You
go.
know
those
what?
that spent time in
I don't
libraries,
think I
those that
can
spent
beat
favors
time
me.
in
Oh,
Nat
Lake.
1220
20.
actually favors me today.
Nat 20.
Well, that's a good roll. That's a very, very good roll. In fact, it's as good as it gets. Let's see. Yeah. So I'm gonna say you know quite a lot about Limbo. You deal with you're theoretically a necromancer, so you're vaguely familiar with the Limbo. It's come up in your research. It's involved in the process of souls transferring around. Kind of a whole thing.
Kind of a whole thing.
The whole thing. Um, okay, so when a being dies, they make a stop off in limbo before they inevitably go wherever they're supposed to go. Um, Usually that means the deity that their afterlife is will scoop them up, so to speak. Um, but there are people can get stuck in limbo for a long time. Time flows weirdly there, so it's not like a first come first serve kind of thing. It's just as it happens. So some beings are in limbo for a long time. Not that it's hard to tell because time flows weird there. Um, you
Get
do
to the
know
raw
that
materials part.
I'm getting there. I'm getting there. Um,
I mean, she would ramble, though. She absolutely would ramble about
yeah.
this.
Uh,
Makes
uh,
sense.
Oh, yeah.
Thanatos, the god about resurrection and death and all that, he resides there. He tends to, he helps move the souls there. He's got a whole thing where that's where they go, and he gets annoyed when people skip the process and revive people. You guys know this already. He doesn't like resurrections. In fact, he's not a big fan of you guys in general because you kept resurrecting people. Um,
I thought he didn't like us for other reasons.
there's also other reasons, but that's a big one. There's that whole he doesn't want people resurrecting thing, and he even offered Corbel the chance to become a cleric of his, and he would give you like look the other way on Corbel resurrecting people, but Corbel said no. Um, so not a huge fan of you guys, just for that. Uh, there are some like there's a couple of small cities in there in Limbo for people who want to like live there from
Hmm.
not if they go there without dying.
Why would they
It's
want to live there, Looney?
it's almost like there might be useful materials. Um,
There's a lot of gif. There's a lot
yeah,
of gif.
there's a lot of gifts.
Yeah,
So,
but they're the good gift. Well, the self-righteous gift, but the better gift.
It's alright.
I like
It's
how you changed
right.
that from good to the better. Yeah. Um, yeah. So, Limbo is weird. Like it's a shifty, weird place. Its form changes over time, and a lot of rare materials sometimes manifest there. Which, if you could harvest them, which there's like a whole group of people who live there to harvest them, are pretty useful. Amongst other things, a material that is um, like uses a food that tastes different every time, kind of like that tequila that Keith makes, but without the death part.
But one of the most beautiful
Or the
parts
cake.
is that limbo is raw matter. So as
It's
long as it's like living in a fucking Green Lantern ring, if you can
basically
focus your mind power and your energy that your soul can create, you can make and mold everything around you into whatever you desire. Like turning diamonds from fucking the breeze around you.
Yeah, you can literally manifest your will as physical form.
Yeah.
Sounds dangerous.
it is dangerous,
Yes.
and there's
It is
a there's
horribly
a
dangerous. It is
it's
incredibly
also
dangerous.
there,
Still to
there's
fix is refusing to go.
and there's technique involved in it, experience and technique required. So there are those who spend a long time there mastering the technique of making things, and yeah, it's dangerous. I mean, it's certainly not the most dangerous place, not even close.
Nope.
Um, and
Depends on what you try to do.
even though all the souls of potentially the worst things pass through, when you die and go to limbo, you don't get a physical form. You're kind of just a soul that's floating there,
Yeah.
waiting for your time to be up and you to be going wherever you're supposed to go.
The chairs aren't really comfortable, but they're not that bad. The veggie platter looks like it's been there a couple days, but the ranch dressing was at least put in the fridge. It's meh.
Yeah, there gets Zerai and Slods and whatever that make their other. There's even deities have been known to step in there once in a while for their own reasons, outside of the collecting of their souls, which they already do. Because again, when you die and you go there, they'll come and pluck you and take you to the afterlife you're supposed to go to.
And if
Yeah.
they're jerks, they'll leave you there for a while.
Well,
Yeah.
again, it's not a first come first serve. It's a when they get around to it, when your time to be judged is around, so to speak. It's different for every person.
So this sounds like something you're going to want people with lots of strength of will.
Yeah.
Sildavix is refusing to go.
But
She knows
Silverfix,
herself well enough to know that should not be allowed to go to limbo.
so I would say Silverfix, based especially on that role, knows that just the strength of will alone will not let you just make diamonds. There's technique, experience, but there are those there who could make diamonds easily if you were to find them and get them to
But
Something that-
also, an errant thought could potentially doom us all, so... ADHD
Well,
Wizard is staying home.
I don't
She
mind
doesn't
using
trust
my
a lot of you as any more than she trusts herself in that dimension.
Well, I don't mind using my last favor with the Fey Queen to help get us a connection. And because I can't, does anybody else have any ideas on how to get a shit ton of diamonds quickly?
Nope.
Well, not quickly.
But no, that definitely is a good plan. Sildavix will open the gate for you. She ain't gonna go.
That's fine.
Cadence will, though. What's
Good.
this, 20th
Then we
level
can talk
monk
about.
in a realm of pure willpower and thought?
I definitely want Cadence to come. Ooh, I want Cadence
I'll
to
go.
come.
Let's go. Surely you will go well.
Oh god, the DM got us to play along. Just all he had to do was dangle shinies in front of us.
Well, this is important.
Actually, I will not lie. I had a different thought for how you get diamonds, but I like this, so we're gonna use this.
I also have a different
No,
thought to get
of
diamonds.
course, of course.
Which
I
is
believe
funnier.
everyone's had a thought about how to get diamonds.
I come up with a few different things and hooks that I would drop if needed, but I don't need to now.
If people want to throw out other ideas, I am like, go for it.
I mean,
Who else? What you got?
I mean,
honestly, the only idea is making diamonds, but I don't know.
I mean, I could just have my gang look into underground sources, but I don't know how well that would go.
I know a fairly decent mining possibility if your brother is interested in doing so, Miss Fable.
As much as I love annoying my brother, I feels like he right now has about 5 to a dozen different things on his table right now, all of which he feels are very important.
Well, I
I don't know if
just figured the giant albino purple worm would be a fairly convenient method.
I do love using good brute force. He doesn't really control the worm, though. He just lives in it.
No, I'll remind you. You know that he does have a way to control it. He just doesn't
Does he?
usually do it. Yeah, you've been in his.
He
place.
just doesn't usually do it. Okay.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, the worst thing he can say is no, if you wish to ask.
Oh, well, why don't we consult with the rest of the crew to see what they have in mind?
Sure.
You know what? As you guys are discussing this, I'm gonna drop one of my additional plot hooks here as well for this. So as you guys are discussing this, Zergath and Alkaline, the much larger Arcanoloth, run past you guys. Leashes trailing, like whoever was walking them, they got away from.
No.
Who was
No.
walking them? Who walks the dogs?
And eventually, you see Blake and Emma show up, and you could see Blake
Wait, is
telling
Emma
Emma that
not in the Feywilds anymore?
not right
Yeah,
now.
why aren't ooh.
So you you can see Blake tell Emma that if she wants to come here to walk the dogs and to play with them, she has to hold them properly because they're not very obedient. And Blake will turn to you, Fable, and like she's like, don't worry, she's gonna go back. The day trip.
Uh-huh.
And
Is
anyway,
she not comfortable in the Feywild?
and Emma's gonna say, I just wanted to come home for a little bit. And you could see that she wanted to spend some time with her mom, who hasn't been there the whole time. She wants to
Why
hang around
hasn't
with
Blake been there?
Blake also comes back to spend time with Sombra and Siva. She's not there all the time. They are here to play around with the imps, the
Plus, she
Arcanoloths, check out with some of the friends she made in town, because you had that whole thing where you set her up with people in town. She came in, that Kenku family.
plus she's the only one that can breastfeed, so
Yeah, there's that too. Suffice to say, they come back from time to time. And I'll say,
Immediately,
yeah, you
I
can
am
see
using
as before you can do that, Fable, you can see there's a Fae watching over them.
there's a Fey watching over.
Yep.
Okay. I'm going to still use my presence to see if there's a demon watching them too.
Yeah.
Where?
So now that you're using it, hidden from view, invisible behind Blake.
Fable teeth start to bare as she looks at Blake and Emma. And then her breath, as she inhales and exhales, you'll start to see like the air around her has just gone to zero temperatures, as she will then now extend her cloud hand towards them. And you'll see a shoot of frost just go between them. And I'm going to ice cage it.
All right.
oh, okay.
The demon.
Yeah.
When you do, it will become visible.
And it's frozen in place.
It is.
And then Fable will run right towards it with her yo-yos and wrap it around both of his arms and hold them out. You better start explaining yourself, or I'm gonna start pulling.
I'm gonna get between
And
the demon and
yeah.
Blake while this is
So
going on.
so I'll describe this little demon. It's a teeny tiny, like it's smaller than an imp, and it almost
Mhm.
Closet?
it looks a lot. No, it looks like a bat mostly. And the demon says, "I work for Grisats. This is part of your deal."
Ah. So when they are on the material plane, is this when he watches them?
He says, "I follow them everywhere."
Even the Feywild?
Yep.
Is he telling the truth?
Do you have to hide in the Fey as well from my master? Or is the deal arranged so that she lets you come and go?
I'm allowed to come and go.
Insight.
He's telling the truth.
He's telling the truth.
In fact, you
What
can
is
tell
your
that
name?
he is forced to tell the truth.
Mm. Excellent. I will unwrap his bindings. What is your name?
And he'll say, "You can call me Sing."
Thing.
Thing E thing?
I wish to
What's your
give
thing?
things something. We have some just basic magic rings hanging around, right?
Yeah.
Give me one off the top of your head. Ring of protection.
Sure. You have a few of those. Yeah, I've given some of those out.
Okay. I am going to give you a token of my appreciation of watching those that I care about. This also means that you have to always wear it so that I can always find you. Is this agreement understood?
And he says, "Understood."
I will give you this token, a ring to protect you so that you may better protect them. You have my appreciation, little demon.
And he says, "I do as I was ordered."
Have you found any others that do not obey your master watching anyone?
And he says, "One, but I dealt with them."
Were they the clams?
Yeah.
Were they strong?
Not stronger than those who work for my master.
And it's only been the one.
Yep.
Be prepared for more. Be prepared for them to be stronger. We
He
will not
says,
underestimate our enemy.
he says, "Fear not. I may not be strong, but with just a thought, much stronger than me, will come and protect them, unknowingly to them."
Fable will now turn to Blake. Did you know that he was there?
And she says, "Yeah, I knew." Why I wasn't worried. And she's gonna point to where the Fae is. She says, "Between that one and that one, I feel very safe."
Did Emma know that they were there?
No.
Probably not.
I wish for this to change. I wish for the children to know where they can go to find safety.
And she says, "I'll let them know."
Excellent. Emma,
He's just gonna turn to look at you.
I do not wish for you to be sad. I do not wish for you to be lonely or homesick. So I understand why you are here. But do not go far from your mother. Do not go far from your father. And do not go far from your protectors. If you were lost, you would very much regret the pain you would cause. Do you understand?
And she says, "I understand, Aunt Fable."
I will just put a hand gently on her face. Good girl, child.
And then you can see she smiles, and then she looks past you, and she's like, "No!" And she runs off to chase after Zergath, who's like trying to chomp on something.
Shiva, Sombra, do you not see the problem here?
Shiva's still resting.
And you can see, like, you can see the, yeah, so as you're saying that, you can see the now visible bat-like thing just following behind Emma.
Mm-hmm.
Mhm.
I literally
don't
just
even-
told her not to go far from you 3 seconds ago, and away she goes.
She's not out of sight. She's pretty close. She's just nearby chasing after, you can see her chasing after Zergath, like, trying to get hold of his leash to pull him in. And you just hear Blake telling her, "You have to say the words, You have to be commanding, or he won't listen to you.
Fable just face palms.
Yeah, Shiva's not there. She's still recovering, but I don't think she would have known about the Fae and the demon keeping an eye on them. Or
I mean, it's a good thing we do have someone watching them.
You got two, because the Fae Queen has got her own people watching them, but Grisot's part of his deal was to keep you safe because so that's what he's doing.
Yep.
Your
Our
family's
families are not
independent.
allowed to be hurt. Excellent.
Yeah, so
Well,
this
it's
is
nice to know that that something worth it has come out of this.
yeah. So this is your first time actually confirming that Grisot, like you knew Grisot was bound to keep his word. Now you're seeing his word in practice. You're seeing it actually there. So I'm gonna say, Fable. Now that you realize that, now that you're looking around, you see uh more of those little bat-like demons floating around the mansion. Now that you know what to look for.
Excellent. Excellent. Okay. I'm assuming they're at the cat village too.
Yeah.
That's good. That makes me that helps a lot.
Nice to have a demon that keeps his word.
Oh, he's bound to.
she was gonna say, so this place is no longer safe for children.
Actually, I believe the contrary at this time. At this time.
I know
Yes.
that the clan is getting desperate. And desperate people tend to go for the people around those that are hurting them, if they can't hurt them directly. I'm not saying this place isn't safe for children. I'm saying that anywhere where the clan knows where he can find our loved ones and get to them is bad.
So, is my nephew safe here?
I believe so. Nor do I think it's good to separate from an infant at the moment. We have eyes watching. Very powerful eyes.
And actually, seeing as you're mentioning Minikoto, Blake will actually come to take Minikoto to go feed him.
Miss Blake has been a great help with taking care of him. Thank you.
She's very kind.
Isn't she great?
Yeah, and Blake will say, "Oh, I love it. I love babies so much."
Yeah, I bet she does.
Well, regardless, do you require my assistance with recovering diamonds from another world, or would you rather have the Goliath handle that?
It works. It finally works.
Woo!
By the way, you're speaking of diamonds, and at this point, because Emma did hear about it, that Emma's going to say, "Didn't the scary guy in that Earth place want a baby Zergath?"
Why do you bring that up?
Doesn't he have diamonds?
I mean, I assume he would, but why do we don't have a baby Zergath?
Well, we do have what it requires to obtain such things.
But you got some berry white, and you got to put them in a room and lock it.
Well, I believe a little bit of research would assist us with figuring that out.
We don't even know how long it will take for a female.
That might be in the
to
research.
Fair.
It
Ooh.
could be anywhere between 1 to 6 months. Possibly. I'm not sure.
How much time do we have until Clem's money shows up?
6 months.
We don't have time for 6 months.
Here's a thought. Why don't we ask Lemon Cake? He might know.
Do we really want to make more deals with the Dow? Or with the con, rather?
No, lemon cake, the Arcanoloth?
I thought this was for,
Ow.
like, the baby Zergath was for the
Yeah,
con,
but
right?
he's. Oh. Yeah. Do we
Yeah.
want to go back and deal with the Dow?
Ah,
Probably not.
I mean, yeah,
if
that
this means we
that
have to
whole
go
thing
through
is
that fucking test
it
all
is for the
over
Dow.
again.
Well,
So
I
you
mean,
guys don't need to anymore now that you got there, if you remember. And even more specifically, the con very specifically said if at any point you wanted to come back to make another deal with them, you can go there directly because you already went through it once. And he was very interested. He very specifically said if you want to come back and offer him one of those Arcana lots, he'd be very happy to trade for it.
Baby's not actual Arcanoloth. Not.
You don't even have a baby Arcana left.
well,
Not
we can
yet.
find out how to make one.
Seriously.
Oh,
That's what we've been
What is
saying
this?
for the last 10
No,
minutes.
we know how they're made. We just don't know how long it'll take for one to,
Be made.
Mature enough to be separated from its mother? Question mark?
Question mark. um. Yeah. Let's see.
Oh,
What
is
have I
Serge
got?
still there, by the way?
Who's still there?
Serge, isn't he still here?
Yeah, he's here. He's been sitting here just kind of enjoying this whole...
This whole
Uh-huh.
dialogue and planning, as he's currently sipping and Jeeves just handing him more and more cups of tea.
Yeah, he and
Well,
Jeeves
what
are just
desserts does Jeeves has? What desserts does Jeeves have with that tea?
you can see that they are sitting there. They've got like some biscuits to go with it. Like a classic.
Biscuits, huh?
Yeah.
Jeeves, can you get me some strawberry turnovers, please?
And he says, of course.
Grandfather? Wonderful. Make sure they're fresh and warm.
And you'll just see him kind of stroll off, and then a minute later, he'll step out from behind a tree with the tray of them.
Wonderful. And Fable will pull out a little sign and a tiny little thing like usually you see with cheese and crackers to tell you what cheese it is, except it'll say for lemon cake. Right?
And then you could just see one of the desserts get picked up and then disappear, and you just hear quiet munching.
Ah, hello, darling. How much do you know about the biology of these creatures in your studies?
And he says, Arcanoloths? Oh, they're
Yeah.
easy.
Yeah. How long does it take between mating and
Between
prep and
conception and birth.
He
yeah?
says 2 days.
Excuse me,
What?
Damn!
What?
He says
Da-
they're
And
used as lesser minions, and you could say foot soldiers in the wars back where we come from.
Haven't
They're not
they
2
overly
days.
strong.
though before that?
2 days if you accurately start the process, because without external help, they'll never have any more.
External
Go
help.
on.
Huh?
Um,
Go on.
And he says there's a spell you have to use.
Okay.
That is.
He said it'll put the female one in heat, and then doesn't take very long.
Is
And
it
what's
called
that spell?
Lothlit? Is it
What
called
is
Lothnit?
this?
It is now.
God damn it.
Why do you do this? You know he's gonna go with it.
Look what you did. What's it called? Sorry. Looney, what's it called?
Ludi. I refuse to say it again.
Looney.
I'm not gonna say it either. So
What was the spell originally called?
doesn't matter.
Okay, so it's just a made up homebrew spell that made. Okay.
Yeah.
Lothnit.
Okay, how does one obtain the spell or learn this spell?
He says, I could cast it or teach it to you.
Okay.
He says, I just would be careful with it. It's, you know, you can quickly get buried in arcana loss.
How many do they usually have at a
Yes.
time?
How much is in a litter?
Between 4 and 6.
Okay. How long does it take for them to mature enough to be separated from their birth giver?
They can be separated immediately.
Should
Okay,
they?
but
be?
should they?
He said, well, you should be careful when making them at all. The babies are just as unruly as their parents.
Oh boy.
Mm.
But it's very easy to get an army, so to speak. Not that they're overly strong, but they have their uses.
How many do
So,
you want to make?
Well, the
I
con
feel like we
only
should
wanted
stick to a
one.
single litter.
But how many wait, how many is in a litter?
You said 2 to
4 to
4.
6.
2
4
to
to
4.
6?
Oh, okay.
4 to 6.
4 to 6.
4 to 6.
4 to 6.
I mean, you guys have struggled with 2. This is what? Twice or like 3 times more than what you can handle?
Lemon Cake might be able to find some other potential buyers.
Oh, he says there's
Yeah.
always those interested in having them.
They have diamonds.
Like I said, arcana lots have their use. While they may not be overly strong, they breed quickly and they can dimensionally lock.
So here's what I propose then. Why don't we split the party? Half the party goes and gets diamonds via the selling Arcanoloth puppies to the Dow, and the other half goes to Limbo and finds somebody to create a bunch more. By the time we get back, we should have plenty.
Okay.
And Sturge will say it's a good idea to find more than one source of diamonds. We need as many as we can get our hands on.
So
Do
who
we
would
wa-
wish to go to Limbo?
Do we want to also have a team to research other avenues of harvesting diamonds while these two are going simultaneously?
If you want a couple of researchers, go for it, cowards.
Wow.
Unfortunately,
I don't know if they're cowards for not
I
going to
mean, you said the R word in hearings in the hearing of Siltifix, so
Jean will also kind of have forcibly have to volunteer for that section too. He's not exactly greatest with his hands as he's demonstrated, but he's basically built to do research as well. So, anyone else got anything they want to chip in?
Did we double check if Kopaka was okay?
I
I
assume
was
he's
told-
fine.
yeah, he's probably having to deal
He's
with
not gonna be
just
back
all
for
the
a while.
fallout.
What to be real with you?
He's probably got a little bit of paperwork.
Working security means you are supposed to be just an accurate observer.
You
That-
observe and report. He has to write a report to get everyone's information. He has to get their police report if there's one.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's a lot.
Yeah, he's got shit to do now.
Yeah. I'm sure he's fine. I'm sure he's just dealing with annoying stuff.
Yeah, he's probably just annoyed.
He has to actually do his job.
Yeah,
Instead of
He was
playing
always
D&D.
doing his job, but he's doing
just
the
like
work,
me, I'm doing my job.
I'm doing
while
my
listening
part.
in.
but he's
I'm
always
doing
doing-
my part.
So counting, speaking about tables, so there is 8 of us, and if 2 of us have volunteered for like research, that leaves 6 left. So 3 for breeding, 3 for limbo.
I would
Unless we,
I would prefer to play Cadence going to Limbo because research does not sound fun
okay,
to me, the player.
okay, so we'll just split, 4 per group then.
Sorry, John.
Anyway, I'm gonna learn that spell.
Okay, so Sombra's team breeding, sorry,
Can
Cadence
clerics
is
learn the spell?
He'll say that anyone who can use magic can learn the spell.
We're down for
Y-
learning spells.
You want to learn how to breed Arcanoloths?
I mean, if it gets us the diamonds we need.
I would also like to learn.
I mean, I already volunteered to learn the spell.
I technically have spells.
So Lemon Cake will set up a quick class on this. He'll provide the materials you need because it needs the materials from back home. So he'll give you those and he'll teach you the spell. There's nothing too crazy, but he tells you that once you cast it on an Arcanoloth and they go into heat, it takes a while for it to go away.
like how long?
He says anyway. He says it's a little different with each Arcanoloth than each time they go in heat, but it could last up to a week.
Excuse me.
Oh god.
So he says, if you want to keep a handle on how many you end up with, make sure to separate them so that they can't, mate.
All right, we're gonna have to get a couple of handlers for the big one.
Yeah, and actually, he takes a look at Alkaline and says, yeah, that's a really big Arcanoloth.
You know what? You know what? I feel like we're just gonna have to recruit an army of imps to keep her in check.
I'm just imagining the imps freaking just trying to hold it down with a single leash and just getting dragged everywhere.
That's
You
why
say
I said
that,
an army.
Like 30 imps in little zookeeper outfits show up.
I think you need
Okay.
30 imps just to take care of Zergath himself.
Wrong.
So at this point, yes, you're discussing this. Blake will return with Mokoto and say, I'd say, what are you gonna do now?
Oh, there is the idea of breeding those demon dogs to bake babies. That's what an Arcanoloth, whatever it is called, right? A demon dog.
And Blake will say, I should have known you were gonna do that. And she'll say, I'll handle Zergath.
Well, she does know how.
Oh, that'd be
Just-
lovely.
Just don't let Emma see this part.
Oh yeah, no. This is
Yeah.
the education that no one needs.
Yeah, and actually she's going to return Mokoto to Jiu and say, Emma, go back to the Feywild, and I'll see you there later.
Yeah,
And you can
Silvifix is also mysteriously absent from all this.
yeah, and you can see that Emma's like, I want to see it,
No, you don't.
No, you don't.
No, you don't.
which only makes
She-
her want to see it more.
Jiu looks at Minikoto and says, "It is something you have
It's
no
gonna
right
need to talk a lot
seeing
earlier than
now."
normal.
And Emma will just
What?
leave. Like you could see, it's like I wanted to see it.
Because
I'm
she's
gonna get whatever
curious.
Faye is watching her to make sure she actually goes back.
Yeah, you can see the Fae and thing following Emma off. Which will make
Silvifix has locked herself in the library, playing as much loud music as she can find. She doesn't even want to hear what's going on.
Mwahaha.
So, okay.
Yes, her downfall is gross biological entanglements.
It's not for everybody, so. Yeah. So the question is, who's still gonna be okay? So like, we still haven't established who's going with which team for everybody.
Well, I still need to contact the Fade Queen and find and make a connection. But I'm going to Limbo.
Cadence's Team Limbo.
Jean is going to Sigil to check out the library there for any more locations of mines to use.
Do you want to use any of your other characters, like Carter?
Carter's currently helping Keith out with
That doesn't mean you can't have them stop for a minute to do something else. Play the character
Yeah.
you want, man.
Okay.
Do you want to still play as Jean? Or...
Yeah, I'll still do it, Jean.
Okay.
All right then.
Okay, so Cadence and Fable in Limbo, Sombra and Corbel with your Canalots.
I mean, I'm just gonna help with the breeding. Didn't say I would help do the deal.
Mm-hmm.
No,
Anthos
that's
will
the
go
part.
Limbo.
Like, you're gonna be there. Okay, Anthos at Limbo. Well, yeah, we know that you're going to be doing with like the breeding. We're not going separately to the Dow.
Because that
I
sounds
feel
like a
we want
bad
the whole
idea.
party there for the dealings with the con.
Because that sounds like a terrible idea, going alone to the con.
Okay. What about Kieran?
Yeah, Kieran.
Well, this is technically animal husbandry.
No, it's not.
These are
Well,
they're not beasts.
Yeah, these aren't very animals, I know.
Any group that isn't the Akanimov.
That would be going to Limbo.
Yeah, sure.
Sounds like everyone wants to go to Limbo.
Mm-hmm.
I'm just imagining
Pretty
meanwhile.
much just like, and then Jean's just doing his own thing. So.
He's got a few. He's gonna pick up a few scrolls ascending to let you guys know what he finds if he finds anything. Does Shio still want? Does Shio want to come and explore now that he's got eyes, or does he want to go and try to see if he can rough up some diamonds from the ground?
I feel like that these are the two only options I could possibly think of to get diamonds, so I think Gio would go to Limbo.
Alrighty.
So that's 4 in Limbo, 3 for the breeding of the Arcanolocts, and 1 just going to Sigil.
Yep. Seems to be.
And a partridge in a pear tree.
And a beer.
And my axe.
On the
Yeah,
sec-
a random dwarf nearby is like, "And my axe," and then he like looks over at you and he's like, "Oh, whoops, sorry."
Sorry, wrong fantasy.
On the second day of breeding, my true love gave to me a beer.
No, it's the first day is a beer.
Second day was what, 2? Was it Tukes?
No, it's 5 golden toques.
5 golden Tukes. And what was
5 golden toques.
God, it's been so long since I last heard that song.
Okay, you know what? Now I'm gonna look this up.
Yes, please.
right. Well,
Sorry,
anyway,
we're segueing a lot.
you know what?
So many birds. Why do they
We're
give
gonna
so
take-
many birds away?
All right.
Stop giving people birds for Christmas. It's a bad
Exactly.
idea.
Exactly.
You actually think about
Partridges,
it?
turtle doves,
Well, if you
geese.
actually think of it, by the
Yeah,
Wow.
fucking 6 geese.
by the 12th day, you've given like hundreds of birds. It's crazy. If you think about it, that's
And
like
then after the geese, you start just giving them people.
Yeah, the lords, the ladies, maids.
don't forget they're made to milking, so they must have cows, or they're a
Yeah.
different type of maid that's being milked, and that's a whole different kind of thing.
Oh
Like-
god.
Oh, that's
Like
Come
this is a
on.
whole ass farm you've just given somebody.
Yeah.
I believe that's
Two
what the
children.
intention was.
It's funny the more you think about this song.
Yeah, it is. It is an insane. Anyway, we spent enough time talking about that crazy song
Sorry.
about someone who's gone way too far with their affections. Anyway, so we're gonna start it off with the smallest group of Jean by himself going to see.
Yes, the library. Excellent. I shall go in.
So you head to the web district to go into the Tarantula Turtles library, looking for. Actually, wait. So when you enter, one of the turtles stops you and says, "Can we help you?"
Yes, I would like to know of any unfully utilized repositories of diamond or any other sources of diamond we can possibly
And
harvest from.
so the in your mind you hear, we would not. We do not have a lot of information on diamonds. It's not of interest to us, but we know where you can go to get diamonds if you can make a deal.
Uh-oh.
Deals, you
Uh-oh.
see.
And they say the gobbledygook goblins have.
Yeah.
He will pull out one of his scrolls of sending to relay this information to whoever's in to Fable, so that
Is
she
this
can.
sending like only works if you're in the same plane?
No, it works on every plane. There's a 5%
Oh, okay.
chance it fails. So roll
Oh, okay.
a D100 on a 5 or less, the spell fails.
We're fine.
You're fine.
Yeah, so by the way, it's 4 pounds of back bacon, 3 French toast, 2
Two
turtlenecks.
turtlenecks and a beer.
The
Yes.
beer, yeah.
Okay.
In a tree.
Yep.
That song was so funny.
So what sending do I get?
Yeah, word it out.
Yeah, give it to me. What do I get?
Looney, could you write out like the store that they mentioned? It's just the
No, you
gobbledygook.
have to go to the gobbledygook goblins.
The gobbledygook goblins. Okay, because I'm just
I'm
trying to
sure
figure
we've
out how many
mentioned it
words
at
does
some
that take
point.
up.
It's
The
one word.
gobbledygook
It's-
goblins?
How many
That's 4
words
words.
is gobbledygook, first of all? Is that all one word?
Gobbledygook is one word, and goblins. But he
Okay,
also,
so that's
you're told to
3
go to the
words.
gobbledygook goblins in the Jibber Jabber Goober Galley, which is
God
4 words.
damn it, Looney.
Yes,
I haven't gotten to say that in a while, so I'm really glad he went to Sigils so I could say Jibber Jabber Goober Galley again.
Yeah, he relays that information to you. There are
Okay, so
diamonds
what
at the gobbledygook.
Okay. There are diamonds at the
one word?
gobbledygook goblins
At the Jibber Jabber
at the Jibber Jabber
Uber Galley.
Goober Galley.
Goober Galley. Fucking, I hate you, Looney.
I will continue searching for more.
All right. All right. All right.
We shouldn't have left John alone.
All right.
No, this is great. It's great to leave him alone.
Yeah, it's great to leave him alone.
It's not great to leave Keith
So-
or Carter alone, but those two together.
Yeah,
oh
John's
no.
fine.
John, the last time you went off on your own, you got arrested.
Looney, are you having us leave simultaneously, or are you letting John go on ahead?
You're simultaneous leaving.
Okay.
So I'm gonna be in limbo as I'm receiving this message.
Right. You are.
Who stayed behind at the mansion?
Sombra, Anthos.
I went
Corbel.
to Limbo.
Oh, right. Sombra, Corbel, and
Kopaka?
who,
Sombra is good with negotiations. I'm going to ask him to go do a little milk run.
Little milk run.
Find out what it takes to get the goblins to trade for diamonds. If he's comfortable with making the deal on the spot, go for it. If not, contact me.
Are you okay?
Drink some
Alright,
water.
over there.
Breathe.
That's my job to
Sorry.
cough uncontrollably in the microphone. Get over this. Now,
Oh no. Oh
It was
no.
water. Water with no wrong pipe. I'm good.
Oh yeah, the wrong pipe thing. I hate that.
are you all right with that, Shadow Man?
Bodies are designed the worst.
I know, right?
Okay,
Ugh.
so just for a time frame here, while John was in there, did Fable already leave for Limbo, or is she still here
Yes.
with the?
She left for Limbo.
So she's basically sending me from Limbo.
Yeah. Basically asking you to step away from the Arcanoloth breeding to do this instead.
Okay, well, how is that going, by the way? Has the
So
breeding
this is right
started?
when you start this. This is like 2 minutes in. You haven't even cast the spell yet. You're just prepping the area that you're gonna keep them contained in. And and you get this message from Fable basically saying, "Wait, stop, do this instead."
I mean, can it wait until after this is done?
Can it?
I don't know how long it's going to take for them to actually
No,
conceive.
it's not like there's any immediate need. Like, unless John goes to talk to the goblins on his own, there's no immediate
Yeah.
need.
So when you feel like you can step away from the puppy fucking, go for it.
I mean, they're adults; they're not puppies.
Phrases I can never repeat.
Your roommates will be like, "What the hell are you doing?"
Well, see, I've got headphones on. They don't have to know.
No, but if you say it out loud, if you say the words, then they'll be like, "What are you doing?"
Also,
I only say that because I know that's what Shiva calls them on a regular basis.
I am a furry. They would not be that surprised.
Ah.
True, it's true. I did know this.
But yes, I can step away once this is done to go speak with the gobbledygook goblins.
Wonderful. Thank you. I knew I could trust you, Shadow Man.
So how are things going over there?
All right, so you guys.
So, Looney, how are things going over there?
Yeah, we just got Limbo.
Yeah. Well, we'll go back to Jean then in a minute. So you guys setting up in for the Arcanoloths. You get an area. Jeeves helps you build a large, really reinforced pen to try to keep them in. One that can't be eaten from the inside.
Probably a good thing.
Yeah, it's a solid start. And you get them both in one pen, and you can cast the spell.
I'm gonna cast a spell.
All right.
It'll be the separating after the fact.
Yeah. So you cast the spell, and it takes like 3 seconds before they get going.
And they're going.
And did Lemon Cake say how long it takes to actually conceive?
Just so you know, Zergath can talk now, so good luck. Enjoy that.
Yes.
Oh no!
It's just, but it's not very smart talking.
Oh no! It's horny talking right now.
Yeah, basically. That's exactly what's going on.
Oh no!
I'm so
I've
glad
heard
I'm not
worse.
I am so glad none of my characters are there.
Anyway, they go at it for, I don't know, 2 hours before they separate.
All right,
For a minute.
gotta separate them now. Get them out of the same room.
Yeah.
2
Zergath
hours.
Zergath is shockingly compliant for this. Like, he's in a really good mood and he's slightly tired. So, Blake is able to usher
He's
him.
in that
He
afterglow phase.
basically just went full snoo moment on this.
So, Blake gets him ushered into the separate cell, like, or whatever, and then, yeah, they're separated now.
All right, we're gonna make sure they can't even see each other.
All
'Cause
right.
we don't want any visual temptation.
Yeah.
I'm betting it's also probably a smell and
Yeah. And actually, Lemon Cake will be there for this whole process, and he said that'll probably have done it.
Good.
That was quick.
well, we'll wait a bit.
Yes, I'm gonna stick around a little bit longer to make sure that Blake and the EMs have everything under.
It seems like it, and I'll say
Control.
at this point, Alkaline, after about another half an hour, she turns purple,
Is that a good sign?
and he says that is a good sign.
Okay, good.
Oh wow. They are just a natural pregnancy test.
He says, "Well, it's good. It's easy to know when it worked." He says 2 days, and then you will have the litter.
Sounds good. Just
And
keep an eye
he
on them
says-
and keep them separated.
Yeah, he says if they get back together again before a week is up, you'll end up with this all over again.
All right, I think that's done.
Yeah, you could just hear like Zergath just loudly shouting
Oh,
in the next pen over.
Hey, Blake has mind control.
Yeah, he's basically asking to go back to see Alkaline, and Blake's like, no.
After a while, does he just hold up a boot box?
Yeah, but he's sitting there like he's kind of going nuts in his pen, like his tongues are flailing all over the place.
Mhm.
He's trying to eat the wall, but it's not. They prepared for this.
Then I walk in the room, hold my boombox high, and what happened next will blow your mind.
Yeah. So there you go. Their gap is going to be annoying for a week. If he
Oh,
can
well.
speak.
Take it for a few laps around, in a cold rain.
Blake's just going to be like, I've dealt with people. I've dealt with men that are just like this. It's fine.
Yes, I'm sure you have.
All right.
Well, I think that's done.
Yeah, Sombra and Gorbel are free to go elsewhere.
Well, do we want to do Limbo first, or do we want to do the Goblins first?
Well, actually, let's before you guys go anywhere. So the Limbo team, you guys through a
Mhm.
portal step into Limbo.
Well, first thing I need to do is contact the Fey Queen
Oh,
and
right,
make
that's right.
arrangements.
That's true. Right. So you reach out to the Fey Queen,
Yes.
and she says, "Fable, what can I do for you?"
Yes. Fable will, of course, kneel before she gets up and addresses the Queen, as always. My lady, the last time we spoke, you were most gracious into offering me a reward for my hard work.
And she says, "I did say that, and I meant it."
Then, if your grace allows, I do have something that I wish.
And she says,
I
"Name it."
wish to make contact with somebody in the plane of limbo that is capable of creating as much diamond material as possible for our spellcasters in the final battle.
And she says, "You just want someone versed in the ways of creation, then."
Very much so.
Manipulation of
And
matter.
somebody who wishes in trade something that I can provide.
She says, "Well, I don't know about what they'll ask for, but she says I know a number of beings that are old and well versed in this." And she says,
Maybe
"Believe
one that owes you a favor.
and she says, I have some influence over and she says, bear with me on this because I know it's going to sound dangerous. A slod.
Uh-huh. I'm sorry.
A slod.
Uh-huh.
Oh, she did say it would sound strange.
He says, they're not all impossible to deal with. And this one's really old.
Very well. I appreciate your assistance in this matter.
And she says, simple, easy, I'll arrange a meeting. At that point, it'll be on you to deal with him, but it's
We
reasonable.
can hear you, folks, smoking.
And she says, his name is Thosraz, and he will probably have help you if you can entertain him with whatever he wants.
Wonderful. Thank you, my lady.
And she gives you a small piece of paper with her seal on it. She says, just give him this and say you're there on my behalf.
As always. And then Fable will bow once again and will not keep you any longer.
And she says, oh, it's no problem. After all, I said I would reward you, and I really mean it.
Still talking about the final fight.
Mm-hmm.
Fable's ears and tail kind of hang low. Okay. Now we can go to limbo.
Before we leave, do you get Sturge's autograph?
Sure.
It's the picture that he got from Wonderland.
Yeah, he'll sign it. He'll think it's funny.
Thank you.
And right before Fable leaves the Fey Queen, she says, after you've done all this, when you're preparing for your final preparations for this battle, come see me again.
Of course. Whatever you request.
All right then.
Yeah. Yeah.
All right, you leave. Now able to and actually, so the Fey Queen will tell you where to go to find Thazraz, and she said it won't be that hard. He's got a big workshop on one of the more stable areas where a lot of the Gith live. All right, so you guys free to head to Limbo. Do so.
Okay.
When you
Sorry.
get there,
I didn't think I was muted. So, is there like, I don't know, a way that we could know where we're going or get teleported close by so that we're not wandering the plane looking for this guy?
he says he'll be looking for you.
Oh, wonderful.
He says when I give an introduction, it's a proper introduction.
I appreciate it.
And she says anything for you, Fable.
I know, I am pretty great.
As you are. Now make me proud.
As always. As you wish, my lady. And Fable will grin.
Yeah, she grins too.
Alright, let's do this.
I know you're playing.
All right. The Faku will actually make a portal to Limbo for you.
Who's coming with me? Cadence.
That says.
Anthos is.
And I think Kieran was.
Is it?
I think it's Anthos and Kieran
And Cadence.
and Cadence.
And
Wonderful.
and you too.
Oh. A group of 5. Nice and balanced. I like it.
All right. So you guys step through the portal, and where you're standing is a shifting, swirling, chaotic mess of magic and material, which seems to, on its own, shift from 1 second it's stone, then it's sand floating through, then it's water swirling in a whirlpool, then it's the wind itself. It's, yeah, very chaotic.
Whoa.
To think, truly to be in a land of creation. Whatever your mind's eye sees, you can make.
And a voice from behind you says, well, if you know how to do it anyway.
Turn around.
Yeah, there's a large blue slod kind of just floating there.
Well, now, you must be the one we're looking for.
And he'll like bow his head slightly and like slightly dramatically and be like, Thosras, at your service. And I believe you have something for me.
Fable will bow as well. Fable Teller, pillar of sun and snow, representative of the Fae Queen, as demonstrated here. And Fable will put out the letter.
And he'll take it and it'll disappear and he says, alright. You've got your introduction. You're looking for diamonds, I believe?
The we're about to go cause chaos to the man who's trying to usurp the 9 hell. We're definitely going to need some diamond material for our army force.
And he says, and you're looking to get diamonds made by me.
That would be the idea.
He says, I can make you diamonds. As long as you make it worth my while.
And tell me, what is it that a slod that lives in creation would want?
And he says, I'm a simple slod. I like chaos as much as the next. That's what I want.
He wants what?
Something chaotic and magical. Something I'm not gonna just stumble upon every day.
Would a whole laundry list of pranks work?
Well, we have a lot of weird crap.
Yeah, we do.
Something chaotic and magical.
Anybody have anything like that?
Oh. Okay. Here we go. Fable, not capable of thinking of her having anything else on her that would be equivalent. Gets out her violin.
Yes.
I
So what's
use
the plan?
this to create dragons.
What?
Will that suffice?
He says create dragons. I'd like a demonstration.
One last time, then. And Fable will hold the violin to her neck, and she will play. Do you need a performance roll from me still?
I do not. I do not. I know what your bonus is, and I know you have reliable talent, so I know what guaranteed minimum you have for this, so no roll required.
What is my guaranteed minimum for performance now? 22?
Hang on, I'll tell you what it is. 'Cause you automatically get a 10 plus your thing. I think your bonus is higher than a 12, pretty sure. It is your bonus plus your guaranteed 10. You definitely automatically get, on performance, you get a 27 guaranteed.
A 27 guaranteed on performance.
Yeah, because you have a
Jeez.
plus 10 to your performance. Or, yeah, so no matter what, when you roll performance, you automatically get 27, no matter what.
At minimum.
Yeah, minimum. That's if you roll a 10 or lower, you automatically just get 27. 11 or higher is where you start getting above 27.
And Fable will play her heart out as she plays her last song that she's going to play on this violin that gave her the title Creator of Dragons.
Oh man.
And she worked so hard to collect the dragon's hides and
You're
create the
giving away
strings.
so much of your good stuff.
Yeah, there's so many dragon nose hairs in that violin. Like, it's crazy. So, after you play and your performance creates these dragons of various colors from these, like, these illusionary dragons, he'll say, "Oh, that'll do. You don't see that every day."
I can always make another.
And he says, "We have a deal. You give me the violin, I'll make you diamonds."
Hey, but like, how much are we talking?
Yeah, how many diamonds?
He says, "How many you need?"
How many do I need?
I mean, Sturge said as many as we can get.
All of them is what I
What's the
answered him.
most?
And the large $300 plus 300 gold plus types.
He says, "Oh, the size is unimportant. Takes no less time to make a big one than a small one, if you know what you're doing." And he says, "All right, here's what I'll do. I'll make you 10 diamonds a day."
Ooh.
For
What's the
how long?
cash?
Until your big battle.
Okay, 10 diamonds a day, 30 days.
That's
That's
300
300.
diamonds.
300 diamonds. Yeah.
Yeah, but it's also
So you've got
6 months.
Yeah, 6 months. So it's 1,800 diamonds.
That's a lot.
I mean,
Any chance you can give me a quick tutorial on just creating stuff with my mind? They have to be diamonds.
He says, "We'll talk about that after." He says, "But do we have a deal?"
Mm,
It's gonna have to
we
learn
do.
from them,
We have a deal.
He says, "All right then." And he'll take the violin, and he'll immediately make you 10 diamonds. So you'll see
Nice.
as he just sits cross-legged, floating in the air, and the air itself starts to swirl and shape into it in his hands as it slowly materializes into one diamond after another, large diamonds.
A violin can be replaced and remade. This is an opportunity that cannot be.
So he'll make you the 10
That's what
diamonds.
Fable tells herself anyway.
Yep. And he says, "I'll keep all the diamonds I make at my workshop. You can send someone to pick them up whenever you want."
Wonderful.
Collect them all at
Thank
the
you.
end or collect them along the way. Doesn't matter to me. And you can see he's just kind of holding the violin. And he says, "No, thank you."
He says what?
He says, "No, thank you," and he
Oh,
strums the violin slightly, not very effectively.
you will get better. I can't wait to see your creativity. And Fable will start to cry a little bit.
Aww. Fable's getting a drink once everyone's back.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but seriously, can I learn how to make stuff with my mind?
So actually,
I know it only works here. I want to try.
and he'll say, "There's a technique to it. It's not as just simple as imagining it. You have to feel it the entire way, all the way down to the most base, uh, base components. You have to almost be one with the thing you're making. It's not easy."
Mm-mm.
He says, "You're welcome to try."
Oh,
Cadence
oh, before we.
will. Nope.
No,
Sorry.
no, no, you go ahead. Sorry. No, 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 you go ahead. I'll go next. You go ahead.
Cadence will crisscross applesauce.
And he says, "Start with something simple."
Simple. Can you guess what it's going to be?
I can think of a bunch of things that you might try. I won't.
Well, she ain't going for any complex chemical formulas at this point.
No, I didn't think so. There's genuinely too many things I think Cadence could want to try to make. So what are you going to attempt to make?
She's going to try and manifest a sandwich.
Excellent.
A hoagie.
Okay, but
Excellent.
now we need to know what kind of sandwich.
I mean, it's a hoagie. Of course it's a hoagie.
Of course,
All
it's
right.
a hoagie.
This is a,
All right.
this
Gonna
is a
need
cat with the
exact
munchies,
meat,
with perpetual
exact type
munchies.
of meat, exact ingredients, fillings.
Oh yeah, no, she is like
All right.
I'd
So,
kill for a
she is
Reuben.
trying to make the most transcendent sandwich. You know, opening the third eye, aligning the chakras for a sandwich.
Mhm,
all right.
mhm,
So
mhm.
he'll tell you.
I respect it.
Yeah. So, what I'm gonna ask you to roll is I'm gonna ask for a wisdom and an intelligence roll.
So, first off, wisdom.
Yeah. This will be for your focusing to see how well you focus your mind and your thought on this
Okay,
sandwich.
roll 20 is kind of hasn't completely fucked me over yet.
Yeah. Now roll me
Hey,
intelligence.
hey.
You're pretty determined to make this sandwich.
Hey.
Wow.
Wow. Apparently, that's your second 20 of the day.
Yes, but a completely
Roll
different
20,
character.
sorry.
All right. So, with the dice on your side, Cadence sits there, pictures a sandwich, focuses on it deeply, and for the rest of you, you see swirling, shifting, changing. And Cadence managed to make a pretty detailed hoagie. It's just on the small side. And the slot, he says, "I'm impressed. That was pretty good for a first try." And he's gonna say one small thing I didn't mention because I didn't know you were going to make a sandwich. It's very hard to make food taste like what it's supposed to taste like.
Oh, The mind blown cat gif. I
Yeah.
love it.
So,
She is going to give the sandwich a try.
all right, hang on.
Gonna be a Log Horizon style thing here.
Oh, please no. I don't want to have to deal with Menu Sama.
Okay. Oh, hang on. I'm pulling up a roll table for the flavor to see what this sandwich tastes like.
It's a full table for it.
She did roll a natural 20 on the intelligence.
Yep. But I mentioned earlier that the whole thing is that stuff tastes random, like that, like the tequila. But so, well, it's definitely going to be in your favor. I'm not going to have anything gross on this table. So do me a favor and roll a D100.
Okay.
What do we get here? 84. Okay.
Does it taste like mystery meat?
No.
It tastes like apple cider.
Oh, this is actually really hilarious that you got this. Okay. So, Cadence, you looked out into making a hallucinogenic dream silver mushroom flavored sandwich.
Oh shit!
Damn.
Do her pupils immediately dilate, or
Yeah, big time.
okay? Because it's limbo, and she's sitting cross-legged. She's just sort of like floating in the air. And she's just sort of munching the sandwich with her eyes just completely dilated and slowly spinning in place. Not like turning around like on a desk chair, but like flipping upside down, up and over.
Like a corkscrew.
Yeah, Cadence, as far as you're concerned, this sandwich tastes exactly like a hoagie. But man, it is giving you a natural high you didn't think sandwiches could give.
I'm surprised you didn't forget that.
This is the sandwich Jake made. The perfect
Anyways,
sandwich.
yeah, so the rest of you just see Cadence floating around,
Lobster
like
soul
spinning.
and everything.
Yeah, spinning, eating a sandwich.
Is that normal?
For
You just
Cadence,
define
yes.
normal.
For Cadence, possibly.
This is the cat who was tugged around like a balloon by her adopted child. One time she got so high.
So, while Cadence is distracted making a sandwich out of the ether,
What a great
Fable's
sentence
going
to
to.
come back to.
Oh, I have to do the sandwich again. Come on.
Fable is going to go back to the slot and tap on his shoulder and ask him to come down so that she can whisper something into his ear.
All right then. You'll do so.
If it's all the same to you, there's something that I would like you to create or help me create while that one's distracted.
And he says,
I would
all right.
I need fabric that is literally soft, rather satinish, but looks like it's made out of stardust. And then I'm going to need material that will be able for me to connect and to sew, but I want it to be a little bit translucent and made out of zirconias, tanzanites, and opals.
And he says, Well, that's a little complex. I can do it.
I only need enough to make one thing for this person.
Because how big a thing?
Think of a small chest plate for the jewels, and then pants and a jacket for the material.
A good amount of fabric.
Yeah, you always need more than you think you need.
He says, do you want me to try to make the entire thing? Or just the material?
Fable will pull out a book, turn to a page, and show him the plans for it. And I'll show you, Looney.
Sure.
Let me just get to your private chat. Here we go.
Okay, this is a surprise, huh?
Apparently.
So,
I feel like this might be wedding related.
so this, except I want the jacket sleeves to be a little looser and a little shorter.
Uh-huh.
But you can see where I'm looking to put the jewels.
Uh-huh.
And now the rest is fabric.
Mm-hmm.
That's what I'm looking for.
Gotcha. He says, yeah, I could make this. Come back in a few days.
Oh, and yeah. Okay. Okay.
And he says, but what do you offer in exchange for this?
What do you want?
And he says, I like chaotic magical things.
You know what? Is it just you around here?
And he says, oh,
Like,
there
are
are
you by
others.
yourself?
He says, yeah, I'm by myself.
I pull out Lady Macbeth.
Oh, all right.
Because she has been nothing but confined and forgotten. And I think she just would be happy in a place like this. How about a friend that's extremely chaotic and magical? And I show him the cute little pink slime.
And he says, deal.
Probably had that.
Please treat her like a friend, and she'll treat you like one.
And he says, all right then, we have a deal.
Wonderful.
Come back in a few days for this.
Does Macbeth look excited?
Pretty entertained. She's looking around.
Yeah, good.
And she starts telling him how, yeah, if he licks her or whatever, he'll get to experience some crazy stuff.
Yes. He will be able to be high a lot.
Yeah. And she's also going to mention the fact that she recently had, like, the equivalent of children, and they're really weird. And she's describing the offspring she had with the gelatinous cube.
Forgot about that. Looney, you're so fucked up. Why?
I don't know.
Why did it have babies with the cube?
Why not?
Wait,
I thought it
what?
was funny.
So apparently, Lady Macbeth had
like budding or something.
Had a relationship with a Roomba.
Yeah, they're like, it's the best. They're small pink cubes that'll both clean the floor and give you a fucking mind trip, and also maybe melt your face slightly. It's perfect.
I'm confused. Lady Macbeth is what? Was that like a pink slime that you like? Makes
That was
you
the pink
high?
slime, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. But really, we don't do anything with her. We just kind of keep her contained till when we remember her and get high for a few episodes and then forget about her again. Let's see what she can do in limbo. She can't hurt anything.
No, she's completely harmless.
Let
Other
her
than
go
maybe,
live her life.
yeah, maybe hurting someone's sense of self if they have a truly mind opening experience. All right. Well, you've got a deal.
All right. It's actually, well, he went by pretty easily.
All right. So, you guys return from limbo. Around, you guys get back and the alkaline is purple and pregnant, and now you think of Jean, who's in Vigil.
Oh yeah, we can
Alright.
go sigil now.
Alrighty, so back in the library, he's going to dig around to see if there are any mines in other planes or other planes that potentially have a lot of minerals. Like treasure hunter diaries or something like that.
There's something like that, but yeah, John, you know that you could get a crap load of diamonds from the gobbledygook goblins.
Alright, so I guess I'll just
And they will tell you where the Jibber Jabber Goober Galley is. And they'll expressly tell you not to go anywhere near Stupid Town.
alright. Is there any information he can search on for the seller to try to see if he can think up some offers of trade or find out what they traded?
Uh, so, uh, what I'll say is that you know that you can find information on their leader easily enough, and their whole thing is that they care about money above everything else. They have a whole system of rules about getting money. And it's really the only thing they care about. So as long as you make them a deal in which they stand to profit, then they're quite happy to work with you. They're also willing to double cross and betray if it is in their advantage, so just keep that in mind.
Okay, so we need to figure out how to keep their interest long enough to deliver the diamonds. Because the money part, I believe, should not be a problem for us. He's going to head back to the mansion to see if he can find the Sombra still there or if he's left.
Yeah, alright. And so you leave having learned that the name of the leader of the Gobbledygook Goblins is Grarm Gluish Giz Rel Dixie Grox, and I'll put that in the chat because I know no one's gonna be able to understand how that name is spelt at
We
all.
didn't even remember the name.
No, of course you didn't. Yeah, that's his
Yep.
name.
Gram Bluish
Wish
Giz
is
right.
Grox.
All right, so now he's got this got that information. He's going to seek out whoever whoever did not go to Limbo.
Yeah. Okay, well, I'm here. And I did tell Fable that I was going to go help you.
Excellent. You may require to bring some cash, as in quite a bit,
Mm-hmm.
or at least enough so that's not going to harm the finances of this institute here.
I mean, it would take a hell of a lot to harm the finances here.
No.
All right.
You.
I'm not in charge of the treasury here. I'm just going to give my opinion of he might request a lot of gold. So, shall we proceed?
Well, you said they like to earn profits, right?
They also tend to chase after whoever gives the highest bid at any given time.
Mm-hmm.
So, either we give them something that is absolutely undeniable, plus the money, or we have someone to chase off the competition.
Well, you could offer them profits.
May have to double check your resources in your inventory, double check to make sure we aren't going to offer them something that is unattainable.
Mm-hmm.
All right. So I see that you're here. Do we want to bring in Mr. Corbel?
Does Corporal want to go along?
Mr. Corbell's trying to figure out tax shit.
He seems to be
Alright.
busy with the Arcanoloth situation.
Yes, he's busy with Arcanoloth.
He's making sure they're not going to double.
Yep.
Alright, it's not a bad idea to have someone watching that.
All right. So I guess Sombra and Jean are going to head back to Sigil to go to the Gobbledygook Goober Galley.
Mm-hmm.
Jibber
And we're
jabber,
going to make
goober
sure
galley.
to avoid Stupid Town.
Yes, avoid Stupid Town.
Yeah, that's the really stupid place in Sigil. You don't want to go anywhere near
The
there.
place infuriates Cadence or Sildifix just on very principle.
That's the one where they like borderline worship the
Oh
blade.
no! They
without-
don't worship. They just
Yeah.
think someone's really cool.
Yeah.
It's
They
perfect.
all have a massive
Yeah, like
crush on
borderline,
this.
but like not really.
Yeah, they absolutely don't worship anyone. That's not allowed.
So off we go.
Yeah. All right. When you end up back in Sigil, you go to the Jibber Jabber Goober Galley, where the Gobbledygook goblins are. I'll remind everyone, it's a giant golden palace. Like, the entire thing is made of solid gold.
Mm-hmm.
Well, that's I'm impressed that the structure was able to hold itself. Shall we go in?
Yeah, let's sit in.
Yeah, gold is
Alright.
not known for its structural stability.
Well, there you go. A wizard did it. Anyway, so you enter inside, and yeah, there are goblins everywhere. They have really huge ears in compared to what you're used to seeing for goblins.
Hmm. Jean will see if he spots anyone that looks like the leader.
Oh, it's not hard to find. He's the oldest looking goblin.
Sitting on a throne made of gold, which is actually a toilet.
Yep, correct. And he has a large staff which has got a golden version of his own face on it, like at the end, like a small miniature
Mhm.
golden head of himself on it.
Is it age accurate, or is it like a younger version of him?
Slightly younger version.
Ah. Well, Mr. Sombra, I think
Yeah,
that might be your man.
Alright, I'm gonna walk in and, say, and introduce myself and all that, and so we come with the desire to trade.
And he says, greed is eternal. We're always up for a deal.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
If you start quoting the rules of acquisition, I swear to God, Looney.
I already did. I already did one.
Yeah, nope. I knew it was coming.
What?
Wait,
War is
Inquisition has
war is
dragons
good
in
for
Inquisition?
sorry, is it war is good for business, or is it war or peace is good for business?
It's
I always
Both.
get those two
It's
confused.
both. It's both.
They're
When you
literally
say
two rules right after each other.
when you say Inquisition, do you mean
Mhm.
Dragon Age Inquisition?
No acquisition.
Oh, I heard Inquisition.
The
My bad.
the gobbledygook goblins are based just the Ferengi from Star Trek.
Oh, I don't know what that is.
You're lost.
It's
You're lost.
this character here that Mecha was referring to.
The
That's
scheming.
Oh,
a
those
Ferengi.
guys. Okay.
Yeah,
I knew what they looked like. I just never knew what they were called.
they're called the Ferengi.
Ferengi.
They
Yeah.
come from
Anyway.
Ferenginar,
Yeah.
where it's perpetually raining and miserable.
Yep.
It's like England.
Oof.
Sorry, Catherine, because I know that your mom's British. So
All right. So
Anyway,
you seem to
we
be.
have a desire to purchase diamonds from you. I understand you have quite a stash.
And he says, "I might have diamonds."
Would you mind producing a sample of the diamonds for our inspection before we consider the trade?
Uh, and he's gonna say, "A man is only worth the sum of his possessions," and he's going to pull a large diamond, like a 25,000 gold diamond, out and show it to you.
Am I allowed to inspect the diamond?
And he's going to say no.
I'm going to incite that response first.
I mean, he definitely means no, as in he's not gonna let you inspect it.
No, as in like, is he trying to hide something on it, or is it just he doesn't want me to touch it? Kind of.
You
No.
get the vibe that he doesn't trust you, that he
Mm.
doesn't trust anyone.
I mean, he is greedy, so
Can I at least inspect it from without touching it?
He says you can see it.
Perception. 18. Was it?
Looks like a pretty big diamond.
All right. Well, certainly seems to be worth the call. How much how much do you have?
He says more than you can afford.
All right. How much do you want to purchase? As he's looking at Sombra.
Mm-hmm. All right. How about this? We have a new venture underway that stands to generate quite a bit of profit. How would you like to get in on the ground floor of the Bank of Anthos and Fractional Reserve Banking?
And he says, a bank? That sounds like a pretty good investment. A pretty good way to make some profit.
Oh, it's going to make a lot of profit.
We're gonna make a lot of money.
yep.
He says, oh, I can hear it. I can hear it in the wind.
And we can even offer secure storage of your diamonds in the exchange for using them. And I assure you, you will be compensated fairly in the amount of gold and even a little more.
says, well, I'm not interested in storing it, but I am interested in getting in on this bank.
All right. I'll tell you what. We will allow you to become an investor with the bank.
He says, I don't want to be an investor. I want to be a part owner. I want 30%.
Wow.
Hmm.
Now you haggle.
That's a little much.
Tell him 6.
Tell me, what is the average price of the diamonds that you have in your possession?
He says, I have diamonds of all sizes.
Largest being?
He
I
said
don't think
he'll
that's.
he'll hold out the 25,000. He says, this is as big as they get.
25,000. On average, diamonds broken down tend to have decreased value, which larger diamonds would be the ones that gain the most value.
And he says, oh, I know what you want the diamonds for. And I got them of all the sizes you need for what you want.
How about this offer? If you were to supply us the diamonds, we will give you equal share of gold value in the company to each diamond used up to the events that we need them for. Past that event, we can renegotiate the offer.
He says, no. I want 30%.
Well, no, we
Of
can
the
give
bank.
you 30% interest.
No. I want 30% ownership of the bank.
Like I said,
Yeah, that's what
offer
you
him
said.
6. Talk him down. Haggle.
I don't know if you guys have this is happening at the same time we're in limbo, right?
Yep.
No. Yeah, this is happening while everyone's in limbo.
Yeah.
I don't think they can offer ownership in the bank.
Yeah.
Well, say, hey, we
Yeah.
gotta. Well, I have
All
to
right.
confer
Well,
with.
I'll tell you what. I am not the owner of the bank. We will have to confer with the people in charge, and we will see what kind of deal we can reasonably offer you. And then I'm gonna sending Fable and say we're gonna need you and Anthos to come.
Understood.
Does he need to roll a D100 to see if the sending goes?
Yep.
Yeah, technically you do need to roll a D100. 5 or less, the sending fails.
It's fine. Don't worry about it.
Oops, that's
It's
not
very
good.
unlikely. It's very unlikely.
It's only 5% chance.
There you
Yeah,
go.
fine. He's fine.
And he's gonna say, come back when you're done talking with your friends.
Certainly can do.
All right. Well, wait for those two to show up.
All right. So, they return from limbo. You guys are able to meet up again and gather together.
Okay.
Now, the question I do have is, where would they have been able to mine such exquisite samples?
No. If they were minded, I think they might have just bought everything.
Oh, please don't say that way ever again.
A 25,000 gold piece jewel.
I mean, we're after the smaller diamonds. We don't really care about the
We
big
don't
one.
need. Yeah, we don't need really large diamonds.
However, I do know institutions that would love to be able to get their hands on such a thing. Wizard schools.
Wizards can't use those.
Clerics.
Clerics can, but wizards can't.
Perhaps that's why they want to move them, is because they're too big. Sometimes things can be too much of a good thing, and then you can't move it.
Hmm.
So you propose to strike a deal on the big ones and then see if we can divvy them up into a cheaper amount per volume?
I bet we'd get a better deal on the big ones.
Yeah, but can we even use
I
the
bet
big
they're
ones?
desperate to move them. Well, at least we have people that can divide them up. They work with adamantine on a regular basis. They can work with diamond.
Fair point.
Excuse me.
Well,
What do they want?
they want to have
They want
30% of the
ownership
bank.
in the Bank of Anthos.
By how much?
30% of
Yeah,
a
we're not giving them
multi-billion-dollar is
30%.
at
I'm just
least
saying.
300 million.
Then why not negotiate for a smaller price or a better deal?
Well, I feel like we needed the actual founder and owner of the bank for that.
What if instead of them taking a percentage of the profits of the bank, we offer them smaller fees for using the bank?
I'm not sure if that's going to be enough. You can certainly lay that on the table.
Yeah, we can. But listen, they're never getting any ownership of the bank. That's like we don't want to be associated with them.
All right then. All right, we can do the fee thing.
Definitely offer them lower fees on any loans, or we just buy it. We could just purchase the diamonds from
I
them.
would be interested. Yeah, I would be interested to see what kind of price that they're offering,
Mhm.
especially if we present it in a way that we know that they need to move it, that they need us.
Hmm.
Remember, we also have a trading company. We can do trade with them and like
We do.
we have a trade. Yeah, we have one. That's what the trading post outside is.
We
We
haven't
have a
used it in
trading.
a while.
We haven't
We
used it in a
haven't-
while, but we do have a trading company, and
See, I didn't know that or remember that.
yeah, this is where
Anthos
we
and I
were
were the
selling
only
all.
ones using it.
Yeah,
All right. Well, let's go back and see what we can negotiate.
Honestly.
You return to Central and head back to the Jibber Jabber Goober Galley to meet with the Gobbledygook Goblins once again.
And do the
The
Scooby Doo ending.
gobbledygook goblins. Fucking
Why do you get goblins?
I'm just realizing, is Looney trying to set up the bank from Harry Potter?
Gringotts.
No.
no, no.
This is a
We'll stay away from those stereotypes.
yeah. This is a strict
Yeah.
This is a strict Star Trek ripoff, 100% through and through. What this is.
Down to the big noses and big ears, right?
You don't have huge noses.
Mm,
Well,
their regular noses are pretty massive.
nothing like their ears. But anyway, so you guys return to meet with the goblins, and you're let inside, just like last time.
Now, these are the ones that I threatened the last time to leave, right?
Sure are.
Excellent.
Though the one in charge is not the same goblin as last time.
It's not.
No.
Oh, that's right.
It's been a long time too.
Do they remember me though?
Doesn't seem like they're overly afraid of you, but they definitely know who all of you are. So when you return to meet with him, you can see there's a large banquet table set up with a lot of food on it.
Oh, I see
Yeah.
that they are playing with manners now.
Did we interrupt something?
And he says, quite the opposite. I've been waiting for you. And he says, like Rule
Yeah, Beck.
214 says, never begin a business negotiation on an empty stomach.
Empty stomachs does make for fruitful advantages. I, for
They're
one,
not
do not make very
eating.
good decisions when I'm hungry. However, I still don't trust you further than I can throw you. And even though that's a pretty fair distance, I feel like
Oh,
I'm not going to touch a morsel of your
And he says, oh, I understand. I agree with you completely. Rule 190, here I'll trust nothing.
food. So do enjoy your meal. Then let's just say we've already eaten.
So he'll just kind of sit there munching away.
Now, we understand that you wish to do business.
And he says, I do.
That you have a large amount of something that we require. So large, in fact, that I'm going to assume that there's a reason that you still have so much of
And he says, oh, yes, there's a reason. And he says, I know what's going on with all of you. I know everything that you need these for. After all, Rule 194 says it's always good business to know about new customers before they even try to make a deal with you. And
it. Mm-hmm.
and he says, and war is good for business. And you're going to war.
Very much so.
That's
And he says, and I bought all the diamonds, knowing you would
okay.
necessarily have
Yes.
here.
So you're the reason why we don't have any more diamonds.
He says,
So,
yep.
He's holding a
how much?
monopoly.
How much gold do you want those diamonds?
And he
Here's a
says,
better question. How much does he stand to lose if we don't buy his diamonds?
Answer the question, Green One.
How much money did he put into it that he now has to get back?
Good question.
and he says, oh, if not you, I'll sell them to someone else. Perhaps the other side.
Demons don't need diamonds.
No, but they don't want you to have them.
Again. So how much?
He says, I'm a reasonable goblin. 25% markup.
25%? Can we do 10? I think 10's a fair.
He says 20.
About 15.
Roll me persuasion.
Okay.
Do it, Anthos.
Nope.
Come
Well,
on, God Rogue.
19.
19. It's not bad.
And he'll say 19%.
Okay. 15%, and we don't tank the market.
And a week at our spa and a gift basket.
I don't think we need a spa in the gift basket. But you can come use our spa.
That's what I mean.
No, okay.
It is very
Yeah.
refreshing.
And he says 17.5%.
17%?
He says 17 and a half.
17, and we'll take them with us.
All right then.
Nice haggling.
We have a deal.
All right. Now let's shake on it.
And
No,
he
I'm just
says,
kidding. We'll just have a
yeah.
formal contract.
And you'll see him like clap, and an Arcana loft will show up and start writing out a contract.
Should we bring in lemon cake just in case, or?
I mean, we have lemon cake look over it.
I mean, yeah, no, we should have our notaries
I'm gonna look
take a
over it.
look. This is why we have notaries.
Oh yeah, definitely look over it. Does he find anything on the print?
Yeah, so when you ask for lemon cake to show up, he's just gonna head over there, and the goblin's gonna say, looks like you've heard of Rule 8. Small print leads to large risk.
Yes. Also, we've just done a lot of contracts that haven't gone our way.
We just don't trust you.
Yeah, we don't.
As he said, he's gonna say, as I said, trust nothing.
Yes, exactly. You don't know how many people out there can just lie to you.
So how's the contract looking?
And Lemon Cake comes back saying he saw some stuff, but he had them remove it.
Okay.
I feel like the fact that they tried to screw us over, that means they were bargaining in bad faith. I think we need to go renegotiate some of this.
No.
Yeah, fine print's somewhat expected with them.
When they have fine print, we have fine print.
Or do you refer to the fact that they were like buying all the diamonds for their own selfish desires?
I mean, that's
They're
not
it's
really...
called monopolizing. The market
Okay.
monopolizing on demand.
All right. Tell you what. How about we have Lemon Cake add some fine print of our own?
I mean, then their Arcana loft will spot it, and it won't really matter.
Okay.
Yeah. We just need to look over right before we sign again.
Yeah, so Lemon Cake, after a few minutes of talking with the other Arcanoloths, will say, you're safe to sign it. That all this sketchy stuff is out. And then the two Arcanoloths are just going to go off to the side and, like, drink coffee while talking.
Let's put it to paper then and sign this thing.
And the goblin will get off his golden throne to come down and sign it himself.
Is he wearing pants?
He's wearing underpants.
When you're a man of that stature, they can't say nothing about you not wearing pants.
That's true.
That's like seeing freaking King George just walk up in his pajamas and continue to rule duties because they're comfortable.
What?
The Emperor has no clothes.
Oh.
The Emperor needs no clothes. Alright, let's sign this thing. I'll sign it.
I mean, what the main thing about the Emperor has no clothes is a matter of pride being taken advantage of. However, when the pride does not rely on fashion, but more so on just the sheer authority they have, then that's a different story altogether. Anyway,
Anyway, so Anthos, you sign the deal, and he says, Rule 16, a deal's a deal. He's like, take the diamonds. And slowly goblins start to like bring wheelbarrows full of just diamonds and dump them on the floor in front of you.
Mm-hmm.
Bag of holding.
I'm assuming we brought our gold to trade with, or as much as we could carry.
Yeah, I think.
Yeah.
How about yeah, we also like yeah.
Yeah. Well,
So how much
let me
was it in total?
So in total, you just bought 4,000 diamonds of various
Mhm.
sizes, which totals out to a lot of gold. And Lemon Cake will arranges like transporting it himself,
Mhm.
giving it to the
Oh
other.
yeah, that much gold needs transportation.
Yeah.
Mhm.
It was part of the deal.
So, are we still doing the trade the Arcanaloff babies for the diamonds
We
too?
have to wait a couple of days for that.
Yeah, we're wait a couple days.
Okay. So we're still doing.
Yeah, we might as well just make sure we cover all our bases.
Mm-hmm.
Mm. All right, I say let's get out of here. We don't need to be here anymore.
And
We
he's
bring
gonna
the
say
air.
it was a pleasure doing business with you.
A pleasure.
He's got a big grin on his face.
Mm.
Bye. Never want to see you again.
who knows? Actually, we might want to see him again, maybe, possibly. Who knows? Who?
No.
I'm gonna hand him a. I'm gonna hand him a business card for our trading business, and then a one for our bank. We value loyal customers. Here, if you need some place to buy stuff, and you need some place to store stuff.
And he's going to say, I think this is a good opportunity for me. And rule number 9 says opportunity plus instinct equals profit. I'm sure we'll do business again.
Is that how it works, though?
Just let it be.
It's
I thought it
profit plus
was.
opportunity plus a bit of luck.
And a whole lot of money from your parents.
Is there anything else we need to do with Sigil, or?
No, that was it.
All right.
Good. Let's leave and never come back. At least this part of it.
Mm-hmm. That and Stupid Town.
Well, I mean, they call it that for a reason.
Do
Anyway,
you really want to go back there?
No, we don't.
how are the endeavors in the other departments?
We managed to acquire 10 diamonds a day for 6 months.
That should be just enough for supplying the clerics by that time. Any luck with the Arcanoloths?
Yeah, that went through. Now we just have to wait
Okay.
for the gestation period.
Shall we shall we regroup with the rest of them?
Sure.
Alright, you guys return home, and I'm going to assume you guys wait a couple of days. Is there anything anyone wants to do while you're waiting for the Arcanaloth babies?
Jean is going to look through the contract to make sure he's got all the details are properly lined up, and so that he knows like what for future contracts what could potentially conflict or not.
Roll me just intelligence.
Intelligence 18.
I'm gonna say you get a general idea for the gist of the kind of what's in this contract. You can understand the idea of like clear terms, but anything with related to fine print and stuff is a little over your head. All right. Well, if there's nothing any of you wants to do in the next couple days, a couple of
There is.
Oh, all right. Please
I
go
was
ahead.
just waiting my turn.
Oh,
How's my fabric coming?
Oh, right. Yes. So a few days later, while you're waiting for this, your fabric is delivered. Or no, you're supposed to go get it. What am I saying? So you go back. I assume you just go back to Limbo.
Yes.
All right, and it's ready for you. As you agreed, he
Excellent.
made the whole thing for you. It's exactly as you drew and showed him.
Wonderful. Exactly the right fabric. Loose, flowy. It'll be nice and breathable for the whole day. And yet, as beautiful as she deserves.
And he's gonna say, "I've
Thank
never
you.
been asked to make fabric like this before. It was interesting."
You're very good at it. You should consider going into tailory.
He says, "Oh, I make anything as long as I'm offered something that interests me."
Why do I think of Garrick all of a sudden?
I don't know.
He's got Lady Macbeth just sitting on his shoulder now.
No.
Excellent.
And you can see that she's trying to make her own stuff. Like right now, you can see her. She makes a teeny tiny little like pebble.
Oh.
Oh, that's
That's
so
adorable.
cute. She's spreading her wings. Yay. Good. I'm glad that was the right decision. She deserves to be creative.
Yeah, and he'll say it might take a while, but we'll get her trained up. I'm used to doing this.
Does it seem like he's enjoying her company?
Yeah, it does seem like he's enjoying her company.
Good. Okay. Well, as soon as I get back, I am going to start working on sewing and just doing any kind of final touches I want, getting it because I know Cadence's measurements, so I want to make sure that it's fitted properly.
Aww.
Totally
And I'm
don't
going
know
to make
anything. Keep in my mouth shut.
and I'm going to make a small head crown out of crystallized lilies and roses with just a little bit of lace hanging off the bottom. Not a veil by any means, but a little headband. And then I'm going to ask Cadence to to meet me, and that I have something to show her to see what she thinks.
Okay. So where are we meeting?
The treehouse?
Are you in your tree?
Sorry. She's usually in her tree when she's not doing anything else.
Then I will knock on the windowsill that I will hang out of. I hope I am not intruding.
No. I was just thinking about that sandwich.
How was it? Literally eating the fabric of the universe.
Oh, good. If I ever add anything to the holy texts, it is going to be a treatise on sandwiches.
While you were indulging on your senses, which now I kind of want to be honest.
That might be a
I
bit tricky to recreate.
Could you make me a Reuben the next time you're there?
Rye bread. I haven't tried rye bread.
Anyway, I'm getting distracted. I had this thought work on something that I wanted to see what you think. And I will have Hamlet pop in, who is currently holding the bottom of a mannequin. And
Okay, so
as
this is
he holds
rolling in on a dress form kind of thing.
it, yeah,
He'll just be like,
and
yeah,
you will
yeah.
see this on the mannequin.
Oh, that's whoa.
Ooh, that's dramatic.
It's like is the other pant leg a skirt?
The pant leg does it's hidden underneath the vest, but it is wider, so it looks
Oh.
like they come together in like a layered look. And then the sleeves I want to be shorter and looser. But yes. And then the chest piece is basically just woven jewels, little see-through.
You were getting the big kitten eyes.
You deserve nothing but the very best. I have been thinking about this for a while, and I needed a special fabric that is deserving of you. This is made out of satin and stardust. I hope that you find it deserving. Congratulations.
Now it's ready.
This is my gift to you, Kaden.
She hugs you.
I'm glad you like it. Now, why don't you do me a favor and try it on, and we'll make sure that it fits in all the right places, the way that Catherine deserves to see.
Yeah, no, it's just it is getting put on immediately.
It's much more breathable than it looks.
Hmm.
So we like it?
Probably shouldn't get in a fight with this.
Probably not. Although, if you take off the jacket, and then she takes off the jacket and the trail that's on the one side, giving it the asymmetrical look comes off, and then it's very fightable. You're very maneuverable.
Ooh. Yeah, she's just sort of like testing out how much what her flexibility is like, and
You could have an arm wrestling competition in
just sort of does a little bit of like the backflip kind of thing.
that.
People, beautiful.
So we like it?
We like it a lot.
Wonderful. One less thing for you to stress about.
Unless, still so many more flowers. Why are flowers such a big deal?
Why are flowers such a big... Oh dear. That's an end scene.
All right. Well, a couple of days fully finish passing, and
Oh, sorry.
Um,
no, if someone else has got something, please.
yes and no, Looney.
Uh-huh.
I'd like to see if it's possible to get those golems done, but if there's going to be start and stop, like you said that those things require continuous creation.
I'll read you the rules on them again. How's that? And you can decide if that's what you're doing or not. There it is. I think this what I'm looking for. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. So to create a golem, you have to spend the time shown, the time listed, working without interruption with the manual at hand, resting no more than 8 hours a day.
Yeah, so by virtue of that, basically those golems are never going to be get done if we don't have at least 2 months of free time.
Yeah. Which you may get near the end. So for now, yeah, those are 30-day ones, so you may need to wait.
So I mean that's pretty much it. Aside from that, Corbel's probably just going to take the time to do some more sparring with his mentor figure, get to know the Asimar more.
Sure.
Get meditate some more. That's about it. That's all I got.
All right then. All right.
I guess
Sure.
um, is there a way for G to contact any of the Yaun Ti?
I mean, there's Yaun Ti coming and going from the mansion pretty regularly, so it's easy to find Yaun Ti.
Is Mr. Yaun Ti there?
Yeah, he comes and goes because he checks in with Fable pretty regularly. He and
Okay.
he and the Yaun team come and go the most frequently. Especially because right
Okay.
now they're coordinating on getting everything ready because he's got to get their army going and stuff and cooperating with everyone else. So yes, he comes and goes pretty regularly.
I'm gonna try to like see him while he's still at the mansion if he's not busy.
I mean, he's always doing something, but he'll always stop to talk to people if they want to, especially if they're friends with Fable.
Hmm. Well, I mean, this is the first time like he sees like there was a Yaun Ti, so hi, Mr. Yaun Ti.
And he says, "Oh, hello there. I don't believe I've met you before."
You have I'm Makoto. Well, was Makoto was human, now Yaun Ti.
He says, "Oh, you're new to our race. I see."
Yeah. I decided to still stay as a Yaun Ti in order to, well, have eyes now permanently. I don't know what being a Yaun Ti is like, at least currently, nor what we do.
He says, "Well, the, what we do now is do everything we can to help the orator."
That would be Miss Fable, right?
He says, "Yes."
Okay, I can handle that.
He says, "We've, as a people, devoted ourselves to helping the orator as she helped us."
Well, if it is to help her, perhaps would you know about violins?
And he says, "The instrument?"
Yes. Miss Fable had to trade her violin to help get acquire diamonds. I would like to get another violin. It would help her greatly.
And he says, "A gift for the orator. Well,
Yeah.
I may not know anything about violins, but I have a very capable team, I'm sure, who can find one."
they're capable, it would be such a great help.
And he's gonna say, "Leave it with me. Anything for the orator."
Okay. Thank you. I'll
And
leave you to your duties. Sorry.
and he's gonna say, "Oh, it's no problem." And he's gonna say, "If you're struggling with your new form, I recommend you take a visit to our capital and take in the sights, meet some of your new people, and learn more about us. And if you really want to feel like one of the Yaun Ti, try a little worship."
That sounds nice. Do you mind if I bring my nephew with me? He's still human, though.
Oh, we don't mind that.
Hmm.
The orator helped us get rid of that discriminatory part of our society.
That's good.
Yeah, we've learned that humans can be just as impressive as Yaun Ti.
Yes, I've bet you've seen all that from Kieran, from the druid.
He says, "Oh yes, the orator has very capable friends."
Well, I will take up on your offer. I will just have to.
I am pretty great. I'm sorry. I don't mean to be frank.
I mean, it's the truth.
Well, I will take up on your offer. Thank you. Hope I might be able to come by tomorrow. That's okay.
He says, "Oh sure, come by anytime." And he says, "I was just gonna go talk to the orator, so I won't keep you. But seriously, uh, come by."
He'll bow and we'll head back and prepare for a little trip.
Yeah, and when you're leaving, he'll just say, "May the orator protect you."
And may the orator protect you. Although you've done quite well yourself. Why is
He says, "I do try my best."
He'll nod and then we'll leave. But thinking, why was that so awkward? And that's it. That's just a way to like. So that's just also another way I could bring in Shiva finally. So
All right then. Yeah, before I'm done, we'll get Jiu calling Fable orator instead of Fable.
yeah, thinking calling an orator is the auntie thing. I must call her that now from now on too.
That is, they all do that. So yeah.
Yeah.
All right then. Anyone else have anything?
John's gonna also double check to see that the imps are doing their job right with guarding the two Camelots.
I mean, they seem to know more about it than Jean does. There's always a lot. There's always like 30 plus imps in their little zookeeper outfits, waiting around, ready to go, just
Or
in
say
case.
little zookeeper outfits.
He just wants to
Now,
make sure that no one's like slipping, supervisor duties.
yeah, well, and you can see that Blake is also on hand to make sure to handle Zergoth specifically. And what I'll say is, Alkaline, after a couple of days, gives birth to a full litter of 6. But we'll deal with that when we come back from dinner because it's 6 o'clock.
Nice. I get to actually enjoy my break before wrapping up work.
Woo!
At least work gave me a $30 Uber Eats voucher, so I just ordered a burger.
Sweet. I'm
Nice.
gonna go make burgers.
Nice.
All right, I
Alright,
can
see
go back to
you.
being Shiva.
Alrighty, see you guys in an hour.
Yeah.
Okay. Anyway, Where were we? Oh, that's right. Yay, 6 baby Arcana loft.
6 Arcana loft. Would Shiva be up to date with everything that she missed?
I think so.
Okay.
I feel like Sombra would have, like, at night, curled up beside her and just, like, told her all the things that has happened.
Probably.
Yeah,
Hmm.
I would assume so. So I'm gonna say, yeah, you're caught up on everything.
Yay. Puppies.
Little Arcanoloth puppies! Look how tiny they are!
Yeah. Well, they're not that tiny. They're like 75% the size of Zergath.
And just in a few days, they will be even bigger.
And Zergath names them 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6.
Well, I mean, oh yes, we're gonna have to trade those for the con. Oh,
I'm
is
guessing.
Zergath gonna be
Go to make a
okay?
deal with the con.
I'm guessing.
Yeah.
If
Jeeves
when we
has
go
already
make
put.
a deal, don't tell him how many we have.
Yeah, just mention one. We managed to find one.
Start with one.
Okay. But which one?
Doesn't matter.
One.
I'm
Go
guessing
with one
that.
named
That
one. How
was
about
pretty
that?
much obvious, isn't it?
How about we go with the one who's actually named one?
Yes,
Yeah,
that was
that's
the joke I was making. Thank you.
Has Jeeves already put name tags on them all?
How about, that's probably not a good idea. We don't want there to be any kind of indication that there's more than one.
Yeah, plus like the con might. What if the
Indication.
is he called the con? The
The
Dow
con, yeah.
con. Okay, okay. Yeah, plus the con would want to name them.
That's if he has any kind of affection for anything.
So, by
Which,
the way,
let's be real, he doesn't.
that is Zergath's attempt to persuade you not to give away his children.
No.
Oh no.
We're still doing it.
We're not giving them away, Zergiath. We're selling them.
Oh yes, that's much better.
Oh dear God.
I feel bad. I feel bad.
Oh no.
Oh yeah.
We have
You have a
to.
sentient being. You made him sentient and then made him a breeder.
He's not
What did
that
you think was
sentient.
gonna
First
This is
of
why we
all,
don't make things sentient willy-nilly.
Anymore.
anymore?
Anymore. Well, in my defense, I wasn't even my idea, but now I feel bad. Do we have to?
Hey, consider this. He'll be happy to make more.
Dark.
Yeah, no.
So only giving away one.
Okay, it's just
Yeah,
So
we're
far,
not,
anyway.
We're not going... Yeah, no, we're not gonna go that far with this.
okay, just one. That's it. Okay. Besides, I want to be sure that he'll be treated well.
Yeah, no.
Yeah,
I
That's not
think...
perfect.
I think we have to take on the due diligence that like a shelter would. Run a full assessment, make sure that the con is going to, be both
hey, your assessment.
caring for him
con.
and also have an enriching environment.
Your
Here's
assessment
the
of the
thing,
con is
though.
in. It's the con. He's definitely not going to do that.
Yeah, no. Why are we doing this? We shouldn't do this. We have so many diamonds now. We don't need more.
Please, can we not do this?
You really had to make this decision after the puppies were born?
I wasn't even there when you guys made the decision.
I mean,
What?
Surge did say we need as many diamonds as we can realistically.
Yeah, but how
acquire.
many did we just? How many did we just get?
4,000 from the
4,000. We need more.
Plus
Another
the
1,800
plus the amount that we're getting over the time.
about 1,800 from the slot.
So
Here's the thing.
We need more.
5,800.
I feel like we're good.
How
We need
many
more.
members of the Platinum Dragons are there?
Well, it's not just the Platinum Dragon, it's everyone who's pitching in.
Can John do a quick estimate as to how many people that would be?
I'm gonna say no because he has no idea the strength of the army that, like, of the elves or anyone else. Quite frankly,
Someone
I
should
don't know
definitely do an accounting of all the armies we have, so we could properly,
Assess our force.
yeah.
I will say that I think it's fair that Sean would know that the Platinum Dragon are about 8,000 strong.
Well, I mean, it'll be just enough for just the Platinum Dragons. Almost.
We need more.
If they all died, and then someone else was there to resurrect them, that wasn't the dragons that were dead.
Or they made a very heavy wish spell.
Like, also, we can't. It sucks to say it, but I don't think we're going to be able to resurrect everyone.
Hopefully we won't have to.
Yes, that would be ideal. Minimal casualties would be nice. However, understanding that some casualties are going to be inevitable, how committed are we to resurrecting every last soldier under our employ or in this alliance? Also, how is Thanatos going to like that many people dying and coming
He
back?
already doesn't like us. I don't.
Yes, but is he going to not like us even more enough to perhaps, say, intervene?
If
I would assume it would be best to try to spread this burden across as many people as we can.
yes, we also need to get more diamonds.
Well, you
So-
sell your children to the Khan then.
Didn't have any.
Well, get on it then.
No,
No.
Counterpoint.
Well, you see, you see why we're at an impasse now, don't you?
why are we at an impasse? This is the first time she met them. This one was.
Yes, and they're cute little horrible abominations.
Counter offer.
Well,
That are our bargaining chips.
If we have a group of people who are able to cast, what was that spell that basically resets how fresh the body is?
Gentle repose.
Yes, that's the one. If we had a bunch of people casting Gentle Repose, we could potentially have delay how much time we would need before we would require to have larger diamonds. So I propose that we reconvene with some of our people that we've made deals with in the last day to see whether or not the production can go forward a little further past the day of the event. If we need.
Well, the only deal we have left really is to trade the pups for the diamonds, because we bought all the other
And here's-
diamonds.
Here's the way I see it, to be honest. You already made this deal. This was an arrangement that you made, knowing what you were doing. Now you want to backpedal on that, and I get it, and nobody can make you. Nobody is going to drag these puppies away while chaining you into a chair and so that they're never seen again. That's not what's going to happen here. However, now that they're here, if you want to keep them, how the fuck are you going to keep them under control? Because you struggle keeping 2 of them under control, and they're fully grown adults.
Dang
Exactly.
Do we enroll a few imps to tutor the pups while we have them? Train them to
They're
behave?
not intelligent enough. Zergiath can only speak because of magic and is not very bright.
However, you can train a dog to jump through hoops fairly well.
These are demons that we are acting like they're dogs, but they're not dogs.
Yes, they are. They're demon dogs. There's a difference.
They should
No,
be
there's not.
smarter then.
By the way, they're all Zergath and his puppies are giving you this face.
Can we not
We are
be
not
having this
keeping
conversation
them.
when they're in the room?
The hilarious
Look at
thing
him.
is, none of them have eyes.
Yeah.
They can't give the puppy eyes.
They don't have eyes. They are a
Like,
gaping
somehow.
ball of teeth
Behold,
and acid.
behold the inherent problem with young of any kind and anything vaguely humanish. We pack bond way too easily.
Facts.
Help! I can't. I'm too weak.
You did this to yourself.
You did.
I didn't make the deal though.
It doesn't matter.
Yes, you did.
No, I
We were in the
didn't. I said
We were all
I
there.
was good. I said I'd consider it out. I said I'd consider it because I didn't know what it was gonna be like.
Can I make a suggestion?
Somebody better.
Sir Zergath?
Here is here is a suggestion.
Uh-huh.
We probably can't keep Zergiat, his wife, and all these puppies here indefinitely. They're just a bit much.
Uh-huh. So what you
We
got?
also are maybe feeling a bit squeamish about trading puppies to a literal despot who would use them as tools for his own ends.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Go on.
Is there a plane of existence where they could run free, happily, without causing horrible ecological devastation to the into the indigenous flora and fauna?
Plane of
The
fire.
Nine Hells?
Probably in hell.
The Nine Hells, yeah.
Or in the abyss.
Yeah, one of those two.
And hopefully prevent them from being, well, we can't necessarily prevent them from being captured and used by others, but
They can fend for themselves.
should we maybe consider releasing them to the wild?
Certainly not here. That would be
Should
devastating.
we free Zergiath?
Wait, what?
She's suggesting that you let them all go in an environment where they belong so that they don't devastate the environment around them.
But
And they can be free. They can be together.
Sir Zergath, how do you plead? Would you rather be out in the wild, or would you rather be here?
You asked Zergath what he wants?
Yes!
Zergiath wants
Why are we
food.
doing that?
Zergath only wants to consume.
Zergath tells you that he wants to stay with Shiva and also keep his puppies.
Yeah, see, that's not going to work. It's the problem.
That's not an option.
Yeah, I don't think he understands the either-or proposition here.
I just want to, since he is awakened, at least have him have his stance.
This is, again, why we shouldn't awaken things willy-nilly.
Oh, look at me. That was the wizard.
Unfortunately, you also have a political rival that's a tiger.
No, that's not me. That's the wizard.
she's playing Cadence.
Right.
This is why I'm presenting reasonable solutions. You really think Sildavex would be like, Oh God, we can't trade these living beings away for our own benefit? You really think
totally
she
be on
would
board with
say that?
No, she would be on board with it.
This
What
is
about
this is the woman who is still trying to understand the concept of ethics.
Here's a thought. What if we asked Raj? He knows a place where they could go.
His backyard.
If anybody knows
As in Raja
the Rakshasa,
the
Rakshasa.
Rakshasa.
Yeah. Yeah, we can ask him.
I am not familiar with this character. I believe I'll have to leave this to your hands.
I mean, I'm on board with talking to Raj and being like, okay, do we have a solution here? Like, maybe Shiva could visit sometime. Maybe
okay with
once all the
visiting.
kitties are grown up and the two want to have more, we can assist again.
Would we also like to possibly have a few on the battlefield with us?
kind of eliminates the point that we care about them enough to keep them alive.
Yeah.
We lose control of them on the battlefield just as much as we lose control of them if we sell them to the Dow.
Hmm.
I was just putting the
However,
option out there.
Absolutely.
The Dow gets upset with us that we didn't sell him any. Well, we can sell him. He's a bad pet owner.
He said that if we had any and if we're interested
He
in
doesn't
selling,
know we have them yet. I mean, if he doesn't know, then there's no issue there.
Thank goodness.
I'm sure he knows.
even
Oh, he'll
if he
find
knows,
out.
he can't. Even if he does know, we have to be the ones to make the deal. I'm not making the deal.
So
Really
why don't
creating
we
our own problems.
Yes, we are.
Yep.
Yeah, but when do we ever not do
We
that?
didn't even give him a heads up that we was starting to do this.
Yeah, so we
I
don't
said
have
we
to give him shit.
did.
And if you don't want to give him shit, don't
Exactly.
give
We
him
don't need
shit.
to
You
tell
don't have
him
to give them
anything.
anything, but they also can't stay here.
They
No, that's why I
definitely-
was suggesting,
Raja.
letting them run free in the wild.
Yeah, the Nine Hells.
Yes. The
So
Wild
why don't we
Hells.
ask? Yeah. Why don't we ask the Rakshasa if he knows somewhere that would be a safe place to put them? The guy probably knows a few good nooks and crannies to hide things in the hells, knowing him. And then if you get yourself familiar with that place, Shiva, then you can teleport there and visit them. You are a tiefling. You can handle
how-
hell.
Wait, how can I even teleport?
We
I don't
have
have the
many
teleport
friends with
spell.
much magic.
Oh right. Oh wait, I have a teleportation spell. Teleportation circle spell. But what? Yeah, I have that spell. I could just do that. Okay. Okay. Sorry, I have a lot of spells. It's really hard to keep track of them all. Anyway, but yeah, let's call on Raja.
Mooney.
All right. Do you go see him then at his home?
Sure.
With the mountain with the purple pink dragon.
Yeah.
Don't forget to bring some kind of musical instruments and
Hey.
some toenail clippers.
No, this instrument.
Does he want another
Well-
manicure?
He does
Oh.
not.
God damn it, Looney.
Who says that, and do you say that out loud?
Yes.
Like, which one of your characters, Red, says
No,
that?
I was saying that above the table. Because
Okay.
John doesn't know anything about this, and Keith and Carter are currently away.
Okay.
So do you know a place where I can keep my arcana lots? Because they just had babies.
All right. So you go to Raj's house, and he's just kind of hanging around like he often is when you go there. So exchange pleasantries when you get there, and then you blurt out, "Do you have a place I can keep my arcana loss?"
Or do you know where I can keep them?
And so he asked a couple of questions. So he says, "You said you just had a litter of them, is that right?
Yes.
How many do you have now?"
How many do we
Eight
have,
total.
Lily?
8 in
8
total.
total, right? 8 total.
Yeah.
6 babies, 2 adults. One of them can
Ah.
talk now.
He
Wait,
doesn't have
what?
much
Hang
to
on. What?
say because he's not very
Wait, what?
bright, but
He
Who can
said, "Why
talk?
would you?"
Zergath.
Sergiev.
Oh, okay.
He said, "Why would you awaken an arcana loss?"
Good question.
I don't. There's no good answer.
Okay, it seemed like a good idea at the time because I wanted to like be able to talk with him and not have to use a book to read his mind so I could understand him.
Fable gets out her paints real quick, turns around and gives Shiva a shirt that says it seemed like a good idea.
I think Fable
I
should just
appreciate
go ahead
that.
and. I feel like Fable should just go ahead and give one of those to everyone in the group, including herself.
I mean, yeah, no, we all deserve it at some point, one point or another.
Yep.
Yeah.
Anyway, okay. So Rasha says, quite frankly, there's nowhere you could leave them where they'd be truly safe if you leave them down there.
So they can't even be in the house.
He says it might be okay, but you risk. They are considered a useful tool, so you risk them by leaving them there.
Oh. Do you know anywhere that might be a good place for them to be safe and also to not, cause problems for other people?
Well, it would have been slightly easier, but I can't believe you awakened one of them.
Well, what am I supposed to do? Unawake him?
I don't think you
You
can.
you can't undo that.
Yeah. I figured.
There
mean,
there is the one spell that
I am not feeble minding him.
That's temporary anyway.
hmm,
And Rasha says, "Oi, you certainly made a mess of this, haven't you?"
Yeah,
Okay,
we
why
do
is
that.
hmm.
And he says, "Can I ask why you had them have a litter of puppies if you couldn't handle them?"
Okay, well, I was recovering from a wish
This is
spell,
gonna go over really well.
so just to absolutely clear, I was recovering from a wish spell, so like I didn't have much say in this, but
Just
there was the idea of breeding them to offer to trade them with the Khan for diamonds for the upcoming battle. And they're pretty cute and adorable, and Zergath doesn't want them to go, and I'm weak.
In other words, we had a use and a deal for them, and then when they came into the world, this one got attached.
I regret nothing.
Uh-huh.
you said that now.
And he says, "Well, now we're at a difficult situation because you can't leave them with just anyone because they're arcana lofts and they're difficult to handle, to say the least. You can't leave them where they come from because they're at risk of being captured, and you can't keep them at home because you can't handle them."
Yes.
What's the handle one?
Wow, it's almost like we should do the deal.
And he says, "Quite frankly, I would probably make the deal if I were you, but if that's not an option..."
It is an option.
Well, the problem is I don't know how the Khan's gonna treat them.
Poorly.
Yeah, we
Yeah.
don't. No, we do.
Poorly.
We in
Well,
fact
there's
do know
no.
how to treat them.
We do
Yeah,
know how this is gonna happen.
Yeah,
poorly
Roger
is
says
subjective,
they're
unfortunately. For all
gonna
intents
be
and
treated
purposes.
poorly.
All right.
I think it's objective this time.
And he says, "Very well, I will look after them for you."
You sure?
He says, "Quite frankly, no."
And what on earth and heaven and hell would you want 8 Arcanoloths for?
He says, well, I could use the company, and apparently one of them can talk.
Very dumb.
Yeah, he's
Not
not the greatest
surprising.
conversationalist.
Well,
I feel
I
like
could tell you,
dumb is his favorite.
I'm just gonna say, if nothing else, I'll use the company, and who knows, maybe they'll come in handy someday.
How do you plan on keeping them under control?
And he
Just be
says,
intimidating.
that's exactly what I'm gonna do.
Exactly.
And Fable, your fur stands on end.
Yeah,
Make
he
eye
might have to
contact.
use some demonic power to.
Its friendly nature belies the strength underneath. You're familiar with the concept of these guys.
Shiva,
Yes?
you know what he's saying.
Yeah, I know what you say.
But you're not going to abuse them, right?
He says no. I will use
I
them as
can I
guard
can
dogs.
I can still come and visit them, right?
Yes, you can.
Okay. Like, if it helps, I can send some of the imps to like help you out or like whichever.
And he laughing. He says an imp wouldn't be able to control these guys.
Not fair.
Yeah, it is. We do seem to foist off a lot of our problems on imps, and yeah, that does seem to be why we're having so much trouble with the Catalots.
Yeah. Well, still, thank you, Raja. Wish is there anything I could like do to like help pay you back for this or?
And he
I mean,
says,
he's getting guard dogs out of this. I think is the
yeah.
like if we're going on strictly transactional.
He says, as long as you understand that once you give them to me, ownership of them will be with me irreversibly.
As long as I still get to be his friend.
I think.
As long as they still remember me.
He says, well, I can't guarantee they'll remember you forever. That's up to them.
But it's not like you're going to force their memory away from them, right?
No, I would not do that.
Here we go.
See, look, we found a nice. We found a nice adoption setup here. Yeah.
Alright.
I guess we'll backfire us later.
I don't think so.
Please, I really hope not. But yeah, it was okay. Sounds good. Let's go get them. Let's go bring them here.
All right then. You return home, rounding up your arcana loss.
Should we wait for the heat to end before we just maybe?
Oh yeah, I thought that was done already.
No, that was a week. It's only been 2 days.
Okay, we'll just wait for the heat. Just for the heat to die down.
All right. How? I'm just curious. How are you planning on? Are you guys taking shifts, or leaving this to the imps, or?
Oh, yeah, so I guess the chief is now like with full strength. She'll help out.
Uh-huh.
I don't know what I'm doing honestly.
All right then. Okay. Based on everything that's been said,
Here's the
I
thing.
don't.
We need someone strong enough and diligent enough and not emotionally attached to these things. Correct?
Possible.
I'm summoning Yaun Ti. There will be round the clock protection slash protection.
All right. So I was I was just about to call. So Ida, it seems fitting to have you do this. Roll me D100. I was gonna say a different number. So on a 5 or less, they manage to breed one more time. On a 6 or higher, they don't.
Okay.
Oh, wow, that's close. Jeez.
Well, that would have been bad.
Ooh.
All right. With the help of the Yaun Ti, you are able to, for the week that you need to, keep them from getting together and breeding anymore and creating more puppies. So a week passes, and Alkaline is no longer in heat.
Okay, let's bundle up the puppies.
All right,
Gather
bring
up
them
the
back.
puppies and bring them to Raja.
Do we establish a teleportation circle at Raj's place?
It wouldn't work anyways.
Yeah.
Oh, right. No magic.
And yeah, there is one, and it has been working and going through.
Oh, okay.
So you return to Raja's home, Arcanoloths in tow.
Okay,
So,
are they Caneloths or Arcaneloths?
Arcanoloths.
okay, so Zergath named them. This one's 1, this one's 2, this one's 3, this one's 4, and this one's 5. You don't have to call them by those names, but like, I don't know, you could do like a little nickname or whichever.
This one's 6.
I'm
Primus
sure.
Secundus
They do have eyes, right?
No, they don't. I don't think so. No, they don't.
No, Camelot don't have eyes. So,
Primus
Okay, so Caneloth.
Secundus Tertius. Sorry, I'm trying to remember all the.
yeah, right. So, uh, what I'll say is Rasha kind of ushers them in, and then Zergath's just kind of standing next to Shiva.
I mean, oh, sorry.
Shiva, go with him. Sorry, fuck. Zergath, go with him.
And he says, "For how long?"
Um, forever. Raja's gonna take care of you and Alkaline and your babies from now on. You'll be safe.
I feel a heart tugger coming.
maybe.
Come
Zer-
on, I just cried last week.
Sorry. It is what it is. We'll just have to get through it. So, Zergas turns to Shiva to look at her with his no eyes, and I'm seeing a lot of parallels between last time with the no eyes and babies and
God dang it.
that
Zergath,
other thing.
go, please. It's for your own good. I'll still visit.
And he's gonna look at you and say, "Okay,"
Okay.
and walk over and join the rest of the Camelots.
Thanks again, Raja.
And he says, You're welcome, I guess. I guess this is going to be very interesting.
Well, I trust you to take good care of them, not hurt them.
He says, "Oh, I don't want to hurt them."
That's good.
Then you just hear Zergath asking him for bacon, and he's like, "What's bacon?"
Oh yeah, no, we spoiled that creature.
Yeah.
This is weird. The bad pet owners.
Yeah. Well, we's a strong connection because you.
Oh, look at me. I don't have a pet.
I pointed towards Shiva.
Cadence
gonna
doesn't have
ignore
a pet,
that.
right? I'm pretty sure she never got a pet.
I don't think you got a pet.
No, she just got
You
a
got a son.
child.
Yeah, you got a
Yes,
son.
that's way better.
Because, yeah.
Okay.
Uh,
Do we have
there's the
bacon
meme
on
about the
hand?
different parenting styles.
No, probably not.
Hamlet's happy.
Yeah, well,
I don't think we'd have
Possi-
come here like fully kitted out for like battle and stuff, like travel.
I would imagine Miss Fable might have some bacon, possibly.
tell you what. I can have. I can come back to bring some bacon. Hopefully enough to satisfy Durgath. But you can feed the. It's this whole thing back at home. We had like a lot of bacon. It didn't help. We had a bacon paladin talking about bacon.
Yeah,
Same.
so Raja gets details of what bacon is and says that doesn't sound like it would be very good for him.
Hang
Is
on,
there,
just
is there a balanced diet for a creature like this?
He says there absolutely is, and I'll be giving it to them.
okay.
Fine, but we're gonna visit and spoil them sometimes.
All right.
Just
Well,
that's just part of the arrangement.
okay, so no bacon for now. All right, so all right, we'll be out of your hair. Thanks again. Bye.
He says goodbye, and then he turns around and he ushers the Canelos inside. They actually do what he says.
Ah, they grow up so fast. So, anyways,
Well,
let's make sure we don't have a whole lot of people dying.
I suppose there's that. So, what next? Do we should we check up on our rangers to make sure they haven't gotten themselves in trouble?
Well, so as you guys return home,
She was all depressed.
well, that makes sense. So as you guys return home, uh, Caneloth free. Um, there is a, I should say Surge is back once again.
Oh, hello.
And he says,
I
now that
will,
we've sorted... Oh, sorry, go ahead.
I will say this real quick, Shiva, your heartbreak isn't over yet. The worst is yet to come.
What do you mean?
You still have to tell Emma.
Oh,
No.
great.
Yeah, get like a gerbil or something.
Have fun with that.
You know what? Just get this out
You
of the
don't get a
way.
gerbil. Gerbils die easy.
Yeah, you know what? We're gonna get this out of the way, Ida, so it's sorted out. So actually, before you even
Goldfish?
have a chance to meet with Sturge, when you get back, Emma is there.
Hey, Emma.
And she says hi, and then she's like looking around.
I thought you were supposed to be back at the Feywild.
She says, "Yeah, but I came back to play with the puppies."
Oh, they're not here.
They're at a farm.
And she asks where they are.
God
They're,
damn
they're,
it.
cur-
You're fucked
Sorry, I couldn't resist that one.
they're currently staying with Raja.
And she says, "For how long?"
He's their new owner.
He's gonna look after them. Make sure they're safe.
And she says, "But what about Zergath?"
He and Alkaline are staying with him too. They
They're
don't
staying
want to
with
be
their
separated.
family.
Yeah, they don't want to be separated.
He'll be alright. You can still go and say hi to them.
And Emma gets really quiet.
Hmm.
I'm sorry, Emma, but it was for their own good. They'd be safer there than here. And they'll do a better job at taking care of them than I ever would. And it's not like we're not going to see them ever again. We can still visit them.
Emma, my child. And Fable's going to kneel down and get on Emma's level. And is Emma looking down?
Yes, she is.
Fable's going to gently take her chin and raise it up so that she's forced to look at Fable. Emma, child, who do you love more than anyone in the world?
And she's gonna say, "My parents."
And you would do anything for them, right? To keep them
Nods her
happy
head.
and safe and for you all to be together as long as you can?
She nods her head.
Because that's what it means to be a family, right? Zergath now has a family and is a father, like your father. He would do anything like yours to protect his children and to keep everyone he loves happy and safe. That's his responsibility now. That's his privilege. He's going to do it. And he's going to do it so well. You understand?
And she says, "I think so."
And one day, you're going to do the same thing. And then you'll really understand.
Excuse me.
In the distant future.
And she's like, "I'm gonna have 30 kids."
Please no.
Well, if she does eventually go in that direction, that will be on her.
You're going to be an amazing mother, Emma, one day. Just like your father's going to be a wonderful doting grandpa, despite what he believes. But right now, Zergath is entering a new part of his life. And he's learning how to love on a level he never knew he could. Isn't that wonderful?
And she says, I guess so.
And you'll be able to go visit and see that love in action and be a part of it. It won't be taken away from you. Nothing is taken away from you. It's just farther away. That goes for you too, Shiva. You're a very smart girl, Emma. Now let's see the brightness that you bring. Cheer up. Be happy for the ones you love.
And she'll just give
Fable.
Fable a hug and say, thanks, Aunt Fable. And then she'll go and give Shiva a hug and say, I'm sorry you had to give away Zergath.
Imagine how much worse this conversation would be if we gave his children away to a despot.
Thanks.
And then
I'm done work.
Yay.
Yay.
so I will say, by the way, it's at this point that Emma will then turn to Blake, who's nearby, and ask if they can get a dog, a regular dog.
Uh-huh.
You know, a regular dog is probably a good start. Maybe when... You know what? Let's save the world, then we'll worry about getting you a dog.
Yeah, she doesn't seem inclined to wait. She asked Blake, then she asked Shiva, then she asked Sombra if she can have a dog.
I think it's I
There will be a
talk
few
to your
things
parents
you'll have
about
to.
this. I'm taking a break from pets.
John will kneel down and meet Emma eye to eye, and just start telling her about, like, you'll have to prepare for being very responsible. You have to make sure he gets plenty of walks, and you have to clean up after him, clean his paws.
I was just gonna say, compared to Zergath, it'd probably be way less work.
Well, certainly
I
easier
mean,
to
yeah,
feed.
no, a dog would probably be fine.
If you think you can handle all that, well, what do your
I
parents
mean,
think?
I'd maybe recommend giving it a bit of time. Maybe, I don't know. After we save the world, we can revisit this. When's the kid's birthday?
Why don't you do some research on dogs, Emma? Come back to us when you've learned a bit more and what you want.
And she's like, I'm gonna figure out the perfect dog that I want. And then she's like, come on, Tornado.
Uh-huh.
It's not a cookie.
Does Tornado is Tornado willing to give Emma a ride?
Oh, yeah, she's gotten. You think she hasn't gotten unicorn rides before?
Yeah, no, this kid's spoiled to hell and back.
Yeah.
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 Yeah, and she pulls out a cookie, which easily pulls Tornado out of Fable's pocket
Like-
because he's nothing if not predictable.
Like, it's not even, can I have a pony? It's, hey mom, can I borrow the unicorn?
Yeah, but she doesn't even be like, hey mom, can I borrow the unicorn? She just pulls out a cookie out of her cookie purse.
You're gonna learn to
Of course she has a
manipulate
cookie
people.
purse.
She's learning to manipulate people from a young age. Atta girl.
That is my daughter.
I may or may not have given her a cookie purse.
Of course you did.
It's literally shaped like a cookie.
Of course you did.
It literally
Of
looks
course
like a giant cookie, and then all these things she keeps in it are cookies. The perfect thing when you're dealing with Tornado. So yeah, she'll take Tornado and run off to go do dog research. Anyway, then Sturge shows up.
What does Sturge want?
He says, now that we've sourced diamonds, and he says hopefully it'll be enough, and we'll keep trying to get some more via any means we can. He says there are still some other things we need. And one of those things, I think, is located on a mountain.
Do you know which mountain?
He says, I do. And he says, you'll know it when you get there. I
Is it
promise.
a dangerous mountain?
He says, it can be. There's a dragon atop it. And I'm pretty sure what I want is in its hoard.
Which dragon?
And he says, an old dragon. The first red dragon.
Do we know that dragon?
You don't
Do we?
know.
This feels like something we might want Cole's uncle for.
I don't know. I think he might know anything about the Undying King.
This
I
isn't the
mean,
Undying King. This is a different dragon.
yeah, well,
No, I
he is
said, do you
still-
think he might know about the Undying King, though?
Church will say he is old. One of the original dragons.
As in, literally birthed from Tiamat?
Yep. Literally one of those.
Well, we should probably maybe...
Wouldn't it hurt and be harmful to ask? If you can. Now, are we sure we can even ask in the first place?
I mean, yeah, let's...
He says, I don't know how you want to go about getting it, but there's an item in that, I think in that dragon hoard. It's definitely on that mountain.
Like,
Which
we
we
probably don't want to kill him.
yeah, and he says which would be very useful in the final battle.
And the item would be?
He says it's an orb that projects a massive aura that weakens fiends.
Mmm.
Large-scale fiend debuff. This is a good idea.
Mmm. What do we know about this item?
And Sturge says it requires a lot to set it up. If you can go retrieve it, we're going to spend several months chanting to activate it. It requires epic magic.
Out of curiosity, this isn't the type of thing people leave like lying around. Like, do we know how it was made? Is it gonna blow up if we try to move it?
He says it's from the time before the barriers.
Oh, so
Okay,
this is like
that makes sense.
divine artifact bullshit.
Yeah. And he says, if we set it up and activate it ahead of the fight, we can weaken the enemy before we even do battle.
Well, suggestion. Let us go through our massive pile of extremely valuable magical things. See if there's anything we want to maybe offload.
Are you volunteering?
Suggest a trade.
Are you volunteering to go through the list?
I am not volunteering to go through the list. I am just saying that maybe that's a thing we could do, so we don't have to fight an ancient red dragon.
I like it. as the proposer of the idea, I think you should take ownership of it and go through the list yourself.
Yeah, that ain't happening because I don't know what's valuable because I'm a monk.
We do have a sorcerer that or wizards.
Also, I feel like that's the kind of thing that the entire party should maybe have a say in.
The most I will be able to do is to tell you the details of each artifact, which may take some time, considering your vast collection.
Do we have any just really shiny gems that are probably of historical value but non-magical in nature?
We did retrieve
Yeah.
a ton of gems a while back. I don't know what happened to them.
Did we just happen to have a few crown jewels sitting around and
A Chaos Emerald or two.
maybe a Triforce?
Have we already gone through Chaos Emeralds? Or Tesseracts?
Or Loch-Nars.
Oh,
The
Lochnar.
Lochnar.
Lochnar. Fucking love that movie.
Well, worst
Such
case
a
scenario,
good movie.
worst case scenario. I'm pretty sure we have tons of bars of gold press platinum we can trade.
Anyway, so Sturge says, I think it would be a good idea if you went and retrieved this object, this orb. We've now gathered an army, which I'm confident we could win, and we're gathering the materials to help minimize our losses. But weakening the enemy now, I think, is our next step.
Okay. Anything we should know about this orb before we go? Like, is it gonna react badly to magic nearby?
No, it
Fable,
requires.
Fable looks offended. The next step. I've been working on weakening the enemy since I got here. Where the hell have you been?
Sturge says, you're right, I shouldn't have said it that way. I should have implied that you weren't already working on that, because you and I both know you have been, Fable. You've been working on all three simultaneously.
Isn't he great?
We can count the Yaun Ti
Nice to
among
be
our
heard.
allies now. I'm right off the bat. Which we couldn't have done before.
Nice to feel appreciated.
Corbo gives you a hug.
He says,
Yeah.
but this would be further weakening of the enemy.
Yeah, see, now we're getting into tactical.
He says,
Mhm.
I don't know that we need to do this, but I do think it would be a good idea anyway.
I mean, every little bit helps.
He says we have less than 6 months now to prepare for their coming. It would be best to do everything we can.
Alright, we're gonna go on a hunt for a magical orb and have tea with a red dragon. What could go wrong?
He says, well, I probably wouldn't have tea with it.
No, I mean, we could maybe ask him nicely, but he might also just try to murder us the moment we get there.
Or we can get him drunk with orc crotch. That worked.
Hey.
That worked
Don't.
before. I mean, that worked before.
However, I think the
Says,
supply
I'll
might
leave
be
the
low.
method of how you do this to you, but I would recommend you avoid killing it, if at all possible.
Okay.
He says, I know
No.
firsthand the consequences for killing a being that old.
Okay. Non-lethal.
If we can avoid a conflict, yes.
I think he's
If
telling
it's
us
him or
whatever.
us, I choose us, but
I think he's telling us either do it non-lethally or don't do it at all. I think that's what he's telling us.
He's just warning, he's just reminding you what happened to him and his friends when they killed the dragon.
Mm-hmm.
For what was in its hoard. The reason he's still alive.
still alive.
Yeah.
This was a triumph of making a
Making a
note
note here,
huge
huge
success.
It's hard to
Overstate my
satisfaction.
satisfaction.
Aperture science.
Okay, so we're just gonna do the entire thing.
We do what we must because
Because we
can.
can.
Oh my god! All right, get
For
out of
the
here with
All
that.
right.
good of
You're gonna get.
all of us,
You're gonna get.
except the
Uh,
ones
The
who
ones
are
who are
dead.
dead.
You're
But
gonna
there's
get
Actually,
no
no
singing is
channel
sense
fine.
straining
crying
out.
over
Singing
every
is fine.
mistake.
Playing the song
You
is
just
another question.
keep on trying till you run out
And out of
of cake.
cake, and the science
Science
gets
gets done, and you
done, and
make
you
a
make a
neat
neat
gun for the
run of the
people who
people
are
who are
still
still
alive.
alive.
You done?
Okay, yes.
I guess.
That note.
I
It was
needed
easier
that.
to just. It was just easier to let that happen than fight against it. All right. Yeah. So that's what Sturge leaves you with is that goal. He tells you where to find the mountain. Um.
How difficult is it to get to said mountain?
He says it's on the southern continent.
All right, so warp in, use Goldie, warp into the nearest point, drive down to the mountain.
Yeah. I mean, he tells you to just to be careful because you're going into a dragon's territory and it's probably territorial and
Yeah, we might have to deal with some yelling yetis.
and he tells you to tone down magic probably because this dragon's a known hoarder, and the last thing you need is to draw attention to you guys and it wanting whatever you've got.
Okay.
So keep that in mind, I guess.
Hmm. Well, we do have access to a younger red dragon here around the premises. Might we want to ask him for some insight as to this
I mean, that's what
particular
I
dragon?
already said.
Oh, also before you leave, Sturge will say, "Is there anything you want from me before you go?" Seeing as I've given you yet another difficult request.
Hmm.
Yeah. Something to trade. You want us to use one of our items in exchange for this thing out of the Horde. This is your request from your organization. What you got? Add to the pot.
Yeah, does,
Bars.
And he says, "You know what? You're right. That's very fair." And he says, "Offer the dragon this," and he'll take off his armor and give it to you.
Mm.
Would you not need this for the fight?
He says, "I'll get different armor."
Jean,
I don't really, and he's actually gonna say, "Not that I really need armor anyway."
yeah, he is somewhat of an immortal.
Hmm. Well, even
Well,
immortals can get knocked off their feet.
one cannot
Elder
ask for
Sight,
more
what's
than
its
the
magic?
literal shirt off your back.
Elder Sight, what's its magic?
That would be abjuration, evocation, and enchantment.
Can I identify the
I mean, we could also just ask
suit
him.
of armor?
Your armor's magical. What kind? Is it going to be enough?
He says, "I have no idea what the dragon's gonna ask for, but Fable's right that I should contribute to this. So there you go.
Mm.
I've had this armor a long time. Hopefully it helps. Oh yeah, he gives you his armor.
All right.
You act-
Well,
you actually
what are we
what-
pitching in?
Hmm.
Horrible keeper of the list.
Horrible myself. Oh, what's that? I just got a letter from Jeeves. She said the taxman's at my door. Says I need to get. It says I haven't reported my income in the last couple of years. I better go deal with that.
You motherfucker.
Funny.
Above table. After all the shit I did today, I'm not doing that tonight.
That's fair. That's fair.
I think I already played my part tonight.
Yeah, you've given up
I
a
made
bunch
everyone
of
laugh with hoagies.
Yeah,
Also,
well,
I'm
also my
depressed.
ADHD brain doesn't wanna.
yeah. Well, I was
I
gonna
gave
say,
up my violin tonight.
Yeah, no, you
and a few
definitely
weeks
tried
ago,
some.
Wait, what?
Yes, that was
Oh,
the
okay.
thing.
She gives up her violin, you freak out. I have to give up my fucking Arcana locks.
There's where that came from. That violin was one of a kind.
You said she could make more.
Exactly.
Yes, I gave away the violin for diamonds for the army.
All right,
I
all
needed
right,
something.
all right. The Windstorm monitor can wait. We're making you a new violin.
How many nose hairs did you need from which dragons to create that violin?
Well, they don't have to be the exact same dragons.
except for one of them.
But there are 4 strings on a violin, if I'm not mistaken.
So just 4 different nose hairs?
Yeah.
Well, we've got one hanging around the castle here. I'm certain that some of your past encounters may
Yeah, 4.
be willing.
That
The
shouldn't
most
be that
difficult
hard to
one,
get.
honestly, I think the only one that Fable really would care about specifically is the pink one, and that requires the one pink dragon to agree to give another nose hair.
That was us very specifically yeah, that was it. Yeah, any one of a kind dragons that we have come across, I'd be down for them to be a string.
Well, if we take down a certain red dragon, we can also harvest them off of him.
I thought we weren't killing him.
I'm talking about the Undying King.
Ugh. That sounds like a really cursed body part.
Look, we could just ask the red dragon what 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 we could possibly trade her to offer for that item.
Is it a him or a her?
I don't
I
know.
think it's a him.
It could be a they.
Could be a they. Could also be none of the above.
Wait, what?
Search did not say.
Search doesn't say. So
We'll
it
have
could
to
also
figure out and find out and cast sense pronouns.
I don't know. With a horde that big, they probably have pins.
True.
Anyways,
We're off to the southern continent. We're off to the southern continent.
Are we going right away?
We can always come back home. Oh, home is literally a tree away. Ain't that right, Mr. Druid?
Sure. If you convince me to come along.
yeah,
We're going
let
into a
us.
mountain. Who knows what new fauna we might encounter?
Up in a mountain.
Let's go to the mountain. Let's scout
Dear-
around. Let's introduce ourselves to this dragon.
And my dear druid,
See if we can
you know that
establish if it.
always,
Sorry.
I always appreciate your level-headedness in these situations.
Also, you can turn into a Brontosaurus, and if this turns bad, we kind of need that.
Yeah.
All right.
Fable kisses her hand and then puts that hand on his cheek. See, this is why you're my favorite. Druid.
We need more than one person with a level head here. This is not a one-person job with this group. Like, this entire town of fucking hates our guts except for me, and it's really bad.
I don't care what the town thinks.
You should care what the town thinks. You live here.
I mean, he does have a point.
We terrorize them like every other week with some random bullshit we bring to this place.
They're used to
That's
it.
why that's why we've been controlling the Bounty Hunters Guild since we got here. So that we can keep this town protected. Give them a reason to not, like, show up at our house with pitchforks.
Again.
We need to raise the bar. We need to raise the bar. It can't be this low.
Congratulations, we're level 20 and we've only now finding out that we were kind of terrible people.
I think it's been known for a while.
Yeah, I've always known I'm a terrible person.
It's
Yeah,
got
that's kind of true. Fable was really upfront about that.
I think the main thing is that some of you don't really think through the consequences of your actions, and then consequences happen, like when Sildafix awakened the tiger. And it
Yeah.
led a revolution, apparently.
Oh, here's the hilarious part. The character did not think through the consequences of her actions. I, the player, absolutely thought through the consequences and was like, yes, this will be hilarious.
Yeah, this is 100% a thing with the character. The character's not thinking it through.
There's doing the smart thing, and then there's doing the thing for the sake of shits and giggles, like convincing a bunch of fire demon worshipping ants to go convert a goblin village.
Yeah. Yeah.
Nothing wrong, nothing bad ever happened from that proselytizing.
Is Sturge still here?
Oh no, he left. He left a while ago.
No, he's still
Okay.
there.
Amazing.
He's still here.
If the meeting's done, she was just gonna go walk away.
All right then.
You know, when we do this, we can. Yeah. Okay. I'm gonna make some random potions using ingredients.
Hey, roll me a nature check.
Nature. It's normally 17.
Woo.
There you go. You just got that. 10 potions of randomness.
Amazing.
17.
Now I just need something to throw it at. We can deal with that later.
I've got a really awesome expanded table for the potions now. It's great.
We're gonna go see a
Cool.
dragon. Yeah.
Yep, let's go see a dragon.
Didn't we have a talk with Cole's father first? Or sorry, not father, uncle.
Uncle.
Well, her
Uncle.
father is also here too, and I believe he would be a little bit easier to talk to.
Yeah, but he's not a red dragon.
He is.
Or is he?
Yeah,
Right.
He
he's a
is.
dragon.
Yeah, why do you think Corbel's pink? Or not Corbel, Cole.
Corporal Pink Pig.
Pink Corbel would be hilarious, but
Think
I mean-
pink.
I will say, Corporal has been known to change a color of pink from time to time.
A different color, a different shade of.
this is true.
Oh, that was a fun game.
Anyway, so do you go talk to Cole's father or uncle?
Father or uncle?
I don't know. Flip a coin. Shoot.
Start with the
Flip.
father.
Aha, joke's on you. They were the same decision because they're together. Ha 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 ha!
Of course
Uh-huh.
they are.
Oh,
What a plot twist.
I took the
choice
Mass
is an
I took
illusion.
I took the Mass Effect 3 ending decision, where it didn't matter what you did. It was the same ending regardless.
Ah, jeez. So,
All right. Anyway, yeah, you
Something
find them
ominous
in.
wanders
You
their
find them
way.
in. Yeah, you find them together in Cole's uncle's cave.
Hi, guys. Question for you.
And they turn to you. You can see that they've been drinking in dragon form.
Okay.
I'd like Cole's dad says, "Shh, don't tell my wife."
Uh,
I mean,
I'm telling
she
your
did
wife.
say to
well, that
do it
depends
only when
on
you're
what you have to
outside.
say.
well, so long as you stay
Mm.
within this cage,
Cave.
cave. Sorry, slip of the tongue. I don't know why I said cage. I think it's just a one-letter difference. Or too many G's today. Anyway. So long as you stay here, out of the public, she will have no idea. Anyway, we have a few questions to ask you.
And he says, "All right, ask away."
Well, we are currently going to be headed towards a certain ancient red dragon. Possibly one of the first.
The ancient red dragon.
Would,
He says, "Oh,
would you, by any chance, have any personal advice or experiences with this dragon?
he says, oh sure, we've met. Not a fan."
How is he like?
Is
Okay.
that?
He says,
What's the name?
How do we get to his good side?
He says, her good side, and I wouldn't recommend trying to talk to her. But you know, if you really, really want to, I suppose.
Kind of necessary. She has an important
She has an
we need.
item that we require. You know, for the whole saving the world thing.
And he says, well, I certainly can't give you an introduction that would be helpful. She kind of looks down on me, quite frankly.
I'm
Which
shocked.
one of them?
Yeah, well, And then his brother says, "That's because you married a human." And so Cole's dad says, "So there you have it. She's very old-fashioned, let's say."
Mm-hmm.
I mean, she's the original old-fashioned, from what I understand.
Yeah. But if you thought dragons are known to be greedy and like to hoard, she is worse than all of us.
Is she likely to be receptive to a trade?
Maybe, but you'd have to trade a lot more than you were taking.
How about this? As Jean pulls out the suit of armor that Sturge handed them.
And he says, yeah, that's nice and all. But like I said, you'd have to give way more than what you're getting if you were gonna get her to agree to anything. Assuming she agreed at all and didn't just decide to kill you to take what you're carrying. He says, I don't know if you lot realize this, but you walk around with a lot of magical stuff.
Well, I suppose our fellow
Those who can
compatriots
see
do.
magic, you're like walking beacons.
Well, I did suggest maybe we go through some of our stuff and give up a few things. Like, how many staffs of power?
3, I think.
Not including the ones that's of using.
Not including the
I
ones
think-
that are currently in use.
I think it's
How
still
many
3.
staffs of the Magi?
No,
How
I
many
think it's
orcs
only
wrote?
I think it's only 3 total that I've given out. I think you're using all the staffs of the Magi.
Okay. What about staffs of power?
I know Sombra has 2.
I have 1 staff of power.
Oh, you're right.
And I have 1.
Yeah, that's it.
Zildafix is a staff of the Magi.
I have 1 of each. I have 1 staff of power and 1 magi.
Weren't you talking about having like a bandolier or like
A
like
quiver.
a quiver of
Quiver full
staves?
of...
Staves, yes.
Because we got like a bunch of staves of power.
Well, not just staff of power. I've got the staff of command. I've got a whole bunch of other random staves and
Let's see.
Zildafix
We
just
got
has
a
the 2.
we got a
I've
legendary
got the
crystal.
rod of command, the rod of rulership, staff of charming, staff of power, staff of magi. There's a lot of staves in there. I don't use many of them anymore because we're a little too high level for that. But
Anyway, so what he'll tell you is that go in there prepared for her to try to take everything you're carrying and to try to negotiate back from that because the original hoarding dragon. And he also tells you he's going to look down on you a lot more than the dragons are used to dealing with.
that's possible.
He
Oh
laughs
yeah,
and
no,
says,
it's...
yeah. I'm sure she'll consider you nothing more than fleas.
That's not bad.
So if that's the scenario, then we would have to show up there with less than what we're wearing right now.
What?
I do what you want, but if you show up the way you guys are normally carry yourselves, you're just gonna draw her attention, and she'll just try to steal from you. You're like I said, you're anyone who can perceive magic. You're a bunch of glowing beacons.
So we rock our conventional armor and weapons, people?
He says, but on the other hand, you also risk yourselves because if you do end up in a fight, you'll be severely disadvantaged. So take precaution when you go, and don't mention me if at all possible.
Yeah, that shouldn't be a problem.
Don't mention who? What?
Exactly.
Yeah. And if you bring Cole with you, keep her calm.
Okay, I need to know
We need to
why.
bring Cole. I don't think we need to bring Cole.
Because she hates that Cole's dad married a human and Cole's half human, half dragon. If she says something to piss her off, she's gonna, probably lose it.
Okay.
Yeah, keep my daughter from losing her calm. You know how she gets.
Mm. Need a freaking need that thing that Inuyasha had.
Which thing?
The thing that Kagome put on Inuyasha.
You mean
Oh,
the leash?
The,
That what it was?
The
Leash.
necklace, the
that
sit
necklace.
necklace.
Yeah, the sit boy.
Somehow I don't think that's gonna work. Maybe
We could just not bring her.
Yeah.
since Jess is not here at the moment,
I mean, she's
we
not
are
gonna be
talking
here
around
for
this a lot.
Yeah.
Maybe let's leave behind the really expensive clam weapons.
He says I would recommend leaving those behind. I think those would be too tempting to her if you brought them.
And let's go try to say hello. Maybe we also leave behind Goldie. I feel like the transforming.
Okay, fine. We'll take the horses then.
Yeah, let's travel like ordinary schmucks without stupid amounts of magic.
Speaking of the clam weapons, how's that last one coming along?
It's funny you ask about that. It is coming along. Do you actually go to check in on the Azure?
Yes.
Right. When you get there, you can feel the heat coming from the forge well before you even get close to the door.
And when I come to the door, he feels the temperature drop.
Yes.
That'll piss him
You'll
off.
hear furious hammering, and then you'll hear who the heck is ruining the temperature in here? And the whole place is on fire.
Literally.
I cannot help what I am, the same as you cannot help what you are. If you don't want me to visit as often, then tell me, are you done yet?
He says, almost. A few more days. Go do whatever the next thing you're doing, and it'll be ready when you're done. He said, however, if you get me something, I can make it a little more powerful.
And what would that be?
He said, get me something cold. I mean, really, really cold.
Talking a fable here.
Are you need something permanent to imbue into it? Or can I breathe the
He says, no,
coldness into
something
it?
something permanent to imbue into it to consume.
Very well. I still have a fairly sized chunk of Queen Mob's castle.
He says,
Do I
that
not?
ought to do it. Yeah.
Yes. This is made out of the essence of the very Queen of Darkness and Ice herself.
And he's gonna say, leave it in the kitchen.
Make me strong.
He said, you've seen the rest of my work.
Your work before was made in the spirit of protecting them, each other. I need a weapon that will protect all of them, not me. I need to protect them. Do you understand?
He says, yeah. I got this. He says, I do a lot of
Very,
research into these things.
very well. And I'll leave the ice where he needs it.
He says, all right. Check back in a few days once you're done whatever you're doing. Should be ready.
All right.
All right then.
What are people leaving behind as far as magic items?
So, above table, do we want to just say fuck the negotiations? Let's just see if we can't knock out a dragon, or do we want to just pull ahead with leaving all the magical gear behind?
That is
We
entirely up to you. I will tell you that
here's
Cole's dad says like he believes that you might be able to take her in a fight. Just he really urges you, just like Sturge did, not to kill her.
Yeah, so non-lethal is a thing.
Yeah.
So you thinking we rock up and kick her ass instead?
Well, it's either we go with that approach, or we go with the approach of we drop most of what we're wearing. Like, all the stuff that we really don't want to, like, have to worry about doing without rings of protection, spell storing items, magical arms and armor, all that, we just leave home.
I mean, we've done it before.
Yeah. The other option is I did I do recall like crafted a stash of like dragon plate armor stuff, but at the same time, I'm not sure if that would be well received.
You just rock up to somebody's house dressed in the skins of their kind. Yeah, they don't think that's gonna work well.
Yeah. So I think we just don't wear any magic items at all.
I need magic items to work.
So
Do
any
you
magic
want to
items that
go up
you
and punch a dragon in the schnoz?
well, then any magic items that you want, we need to bring something of equivalent value to trade away then. Because
I
he's going to
need
be
at least I need at least my ogre gauntlets because that gives me the strength stat to be a paladin. And I need my shield because that's my wings. Everything else I can give up.
I mean, I'm down for punching a dragon in the schnoz.
I'm down for it too.
She sounds like a very arrogant. Maybe needs to be taken down a couple pegs.
I feel like we'll be doing a disservice if we're the ones that throw the first punch.
Oh no, we should definitely approach with caution and attempt to. But she ain't taking our swag.
I need all my magic items.
And then we just need to be aware that She's going to try and take them from us. And we have to be prepared to not let her.
Are we planning on starting this tonight?
Probably not.
Probably not.
I mean, yeah.
No, we'll probably give you guys a few more minutes to do some discussion and prep, and then we'll call it when we're done that. Because yeah, we're not gonna start with you going there tonight.
I mean, it has been a while since we've just rocked up and knocked something's teeth in.
No,
I
we
kinda
just did
think
that
it-
last
Even
week.
fought an ancient dragon.
Yeah, but I do think there would be. Here's the thing: are we ready to deal with the consequences of negotiating goes south? Because if negotiation goes south, we should be rocking our full kit. If nothing else, it would be a good trial run for, if it's just one dragon and whatever minions it has under control, that's going to be less daunting than like, dealing with some demon prince in the middle of their realm.
We're also gonna
Potential
need
layer
accuracy.
actions and such, but
I mean, are we gonna worry about dragon casts breath and then flies away for like 10 turns and then flies back, casts breath and then flies away for 10 turns? Like, is that what we're gonna be dealing with?
no, because we can absolutely fly after them with our magic items. I think we still leave Goldie at home, but I think we bring our stuff. We try to negotiate. And when that breaks down and she tries to take it from us,
We fuck her up.
we fuck her up.
I like that plan. Mostly because it involves violence.
Well, violence is my lingo,
So
so
are we
I'm all
gonna
for
just walk in with everything then?
We have to bring all our stuff.
I think. Yeah.
Let's tell you what. How about we sleep on it, and we'll come to a decision.
I think we should bring our stuff, but
Just throwing this out there. From what we heard from Cole's father, it seems to be that the only ones whose opinions she actually respects are those of her own kind who she respects.
Mm-hmm.
We have met many, 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 many dragons. Is there any way that we could bring them to speak for us? Put in a good word, show that we're worthy of respect.
I mean, there was an
Question is,
entire
will she listen
dragon.
to anyone other than red dragons?
Yeah, because there was an entire dragon clan we slaved in Calhoun, but
Those were dragonborns, aren't they?
no, those were actual dragons. Like, we saved a whole bunch of like young dragons and shit.
They
Oh
were
yeah,
bad
that.
That clan owes us a favor,
Is
but I don't know that
yeah,
that favor
but I
would do
feel like
anything.
Is Dragon Cole's dad still there?
Yeah, Colstad's still here.
Then let us
Would
ask.
bringing other
Hmm?
would bringing
Go
other
ahead.
dragon oh sorry. Would bringing other dragons with us help our favor?
And he said, it depends. If she respects them, then possibly. If not, it would only hurt your cause.
Do you have any idea which dragons she would respect?
She doesn't necessarily only respect red dragons, but she definitely looks down on those who she deems to be against our against what she thinks is a respectable dragon, such as myself, for associating with humans.
What does she think of you?
So
Pointing to the
basically, what
uncle.
you're saying is anyone who associates with us, she would look down on because we're humans.
Not necessarily, just humans in general.
It's mortals. It's really the mortal races because we, short of being killed, generally don't die.
And
There,
people die when
that's
they are
quite a
killed.
sentence. Yeah, that was quite the sentence, Looney.
People die when they are killed.
But we don't die of natural causes, or disease. The only way dragons die is when they're slain by something directly.
Okay, then what does she think about you? Pointing at the uncle.
He said, "Well, a few years ago, she would have probably considered me fairly respectable, but now I've been associating with my brother and Cole. Gotta admit, the kid's been growing on me."
What about someone like the tomato dragon? That's just a grumpy asshole.
That's a pink dragon.
Yeah, the tomato dragon's quite nice. She's nice, but
Oh, that's right. That's the
yeah,
opposite.
yeah. And he says maybe Rump's pretty old. She might respect him. Good luck getting him to back you up, though. But yeah, he's quite known for disliking people, so he's probably in her good standings. He's old, he's powerful. Yeah, she probably respects him. He recently just projected his whole will on that mountain he's on, preventing flight and everything. That sounds like something she would respect.
If I didn't know better, I'd say that was an idea.
Well, I do have those
she
from time to time.
wouldn't she know about us bringing along Grump? Wouldn't that bring Grump down a couple points because we're bringing him along?
Yeah, but he's still known for disliking mortals, so if he's seen backing you up, that must mean you're better than the average, maybe worthy of a dragon's respect.
Okay. All right, let's just convince Grump to come with us so that go see this dragon and get that item.
Yeah, that sounds like something easy to do.
And he says, another point, don't let her know what you want easily.
Easily.
Good point. Negotiation.
Make her feel like she was smart and figured it out. Make her work
By
for
the
it.
way,
She knows
which
immediately
one?
she will make it harder.
Which one of us is going to be doing the talking?
Cadence just looks right at Fable.
God damn it!
Well, I would suggest Aethos because even she wouldn't detect any lies from him.
I mean, the two of you in a tag team are pretty great.
Well, I have some time to strategize about this.
And actually, Cole's dad will say one more thing. Bring her food.
Bring her food?
Food.
What kind of food?
He says, the more rare and exotic the meat, the better.
Fable flips through her paintings.
I believe there was some order of bacon that was blue that was going around the
No bear
mansion here.
bacon.
Should we?
No, he says, no. Nothing like that. Like raw meat. Fresh.
Yeah, that's what I thought. We're gonna have to go hunting.
He says you don't have to, but I recommend it.
How about something exotic?
Well, that's
That's the whole point.
Yeah.
Well, we've been through one journey where we have collected some hunt across an astral sea.
oh god, the cake.
Well, no, I'm just thinking the meat of an astral dreadnought.
Exactly.
Ew.
I don't think we have any of that left.
However, we have the resources to collect another if we can go and find one.
You know what? If we give it food and hide some of the cake in the food,
Oh God!
You want a transformer?
I mean,
There's
Transformers,
that potion of
dragons in
randomness.
disguise.
There's the potion of randomness. We have that potion of randomness. It does something random. We've never used it.
That seems like a rather dangerous.
Well, yeah, because I just made it.
proposition.
Yeah, but it could also it could also make her incredibly powerful.
We could offer it as part of the trade.
Tell you what, tomorrow I could go through the list of potions we have because we have a bunch of random potions, including a bunch of random polymorph potions.
I worry she would be able to smell the magic off a potion.
Mm.
I'm worried
that
she'd be able to smell
probably
the
could.
cake off us.
He says even beyond the smell of magic, she can shape change just like I can, which means unless you true polymorph her, she could just shape.
I mean, of course, because the ancient dragon.
One of the ancient dragons.
I
Yeah.
sup-
What kind of environment does it live in? Is it in the mountains?
Yeah, it's a volcano.
So if we were to bring it like a whale, that's something it doesn't get to have very often.
I would assume that she doesn't eat a lot of whales. I guess there's nothing that stops her from trying to get it, but I seriously doubt she does go hunting for whales.
We've been through volcanoes before.
God, I can't believe whaling's potentially coming up again. It comes up so often! Like, I swear, it's a never ending
As soon as
thing.
you said the word, just like the little, just like peeking around the corner.
Every time that whaling comes up, and I got 5 cents from it, I probably get like $1. I know it might not sound like a lot, but it certainly is weird that it comes up 20 times.
We're just doing it on purpose now. 'Cause it's
Oh, I
fun.
know.
Yeah.
Yeah, of course, gotta commit to those bits. You won't hear me complaining.
I do think I am gonna call it a night, though.
That's fair. Well, you guys can put some
Righty.
thought into stuff. You've got a week to think about it before you run off and do things.
Speaking of which, do we actually do have a session next week?
Well, if everyone's available, I think so. What are people's
I
schedules
should
like
be
next week?
on the 20. I should be available on the 22nd.
I'm likely going to be working that weekend, but I'll make an effort to show up.
Alright.
I'm not sure yet.
The weekend
So
after
close.
Christmas? Absolutely.
No, it's the weekend before Christmas. But
Yeah.
Yeah,
that's
the
it's
22nd.
kind of hard. Yeah, it's hard to know what I'm going to be doing that close to Christmas.
Yep.
I'm doing nothing.
Well, here's what I'll say. Tentatively, why don't we put it on the books? But if a bunch of people aren't available, then we won't do the session next week.
We'll build a railroad instead.
Yeah. Tentative session for next week, guys. But like I said, if a lot of people end up having stuff come up, and I totally understand, no pressure or anything from me, and we'll postpone. We'll see where we are when we get there. Yeah, the week after I think is the same boat. no judgment if people have got stuff. Just
Yeah.
happens this year that I actually don't for the first time because the holidays are in the middle of the week and somehow none of my holiday plans ended up on either weekend around it. It's
That's
all happening in the
actually
middle of the
insane.
week. Yeah, it's all
Yeah, it's
happening.
really
It's
weird
all
when they land right in the middle of the week.
yeah, and all my plans actually are happening in the middle of the week, so I actually have both weekends on Sunday free. Normally, I'm the one who's unavailable on the weekends around, but just so happens not this year. So yeah, I mean, just let us know if you guys if people have stuff come up. No big deal. We can postpone. We usually do anyway.
Okay.
Well, good night, you guys.
All right.
Good night.
Good night.
Good night.